friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to Friday stream. There's a lot of you here. Happy to see it. Welcome in. And look, my mustache is coming back. Little by little. Banana. Welcome in, everyone. It's good to see all your names in the chat. Appreciate you. I have to remember to run the intro. Yeah, it's literally a scene that I click on. I wait for it to finish, and then I click on the next scene. There's probably an automatic way to do it, but I've been clicking it for the past 4 years, so that's what I do. Yeah, this shirt does come across as pretty bright. Is it really that bright? I don't know. Welcome in, everyone. Like I said, happy Friday. Today we are going to be working on fresh spots. Yeah, I feel like I could do like a scene transition video or something like that. But yeah, the code is here on GitHub. Essentially, this is a full stack app that's going to let users create and share lists of places to visit. And we've been working on this for several streams now. There's a link there to the YouTube playlist as well. All of the VODs are on the Coding Garden archive channel. Last time, we ripped out Deno DB and replaced it with Keasley. We got it working. Pretty happy with that. And we're using PostGIS now. That's pretty exciting. I've never done that before. But what we're going to do today, or at least what the plan is to do another replacement. So if you watched, I think it was like the second stream, we integrated a library called Deno OAuth. It's pretty rigid. It also leaked my API keys in the console, so I didn't like that. so I wrote my own library. It's called Deno Grant. It's inspired by Grant, which is an amazing Node.js library. If you're ever integrating OAuth in Node.js, this is definitely my top choice. So I'm building a library that works with Deno that's inspired by that. And right now it supports Discord, GitHub, Google, and Twitch. And I published it. Nobody stole the name. Can we get claps in chat for everyone in the community for not stealing the name, even though it's been available for like 2 or 3 weeks now? I appreciate you all. Yeah, appreciate you. Thank you for not stealing the name. But I got it. I published it this morning, and so now you can bring this OAuth library into your Deno project, like this. Yeah. I agree, Terawatt, but the dash was taken. That one was taken. And I, for some reason, thought that, like, the way Deno works is, you can't have dashes in package names. Maybe that is the way Deno works. Because I don't know if I've seen... Yeah, look, this is just what Deno does. No one has dashes in their project name. At least that I could see. Like, if I just search for DB. Yeah, I think it's a Deno thing to put underscores in the name. Because when I tried to register dash, it said no. But I agree with you. It was weird. It was weird to do. I didn't build it on stream, no. But the code is pretty simple. Feel free to check out the GitHub repo. I'm essentially just wrapping an existing OAuth library, and then I pulled some code from Grant that has some configs for these various providers, and those two are working together, and it's going to be really easy to add a lot more providers. These are the only ones that I've tested, but basically after I test, and potentially we'll be able to support all of these as well. I just want to test them one at a time to make sure they work with how I'm doing things, and we get to go. So we're gonna integrate this library today. That's one of the plans. And then after we get that integrated, we need to figure out how to get sessions and cookies, signed cookies working. I know there's a library called Fresh Sessions. We'll look at it. We're gonna look at that later. I think we're just gonna focus on this replacement first, and then we'll look at that library. But we also may end up writing our own thing for this as well. Mainly because I don't like the way the other one works, but I'll show it. And then also we're going to try to actually get a map on the page. Don't use proprietary software when you can easily implement it by yourself. I mean, here's the thing. If you can implement it and it doesn't take that much code to do, sure. But if it takes a lot of code, then that's more liability, right? That's more code that could break that you're now in charge of. I don't know. I was okay with writing this library because if you look at the code, it's very simple. It's not doing much. It's using some other library to do all the calls. It's just really this library is just configuration for all of the possible OAuth 2 providers. Yeah, a session is one file of code. Okay. Yeah, and the thing is, like, the library we possibly would use isn't necessarily proprietary, but it is existing. I don't know. I feel like we should do a Code Kata stream this coming week. Let's say Wednesday, August 24th. We will do a Code Kata stream. Yeah. Yeah, and that's might be what we actually do, Veritatis. We might set up a Redis DB and then store our sessions in there. But we also need a way of signing cookies, and I don't know if there's a Deno package for that or whatever else. I don't know. But welcome in, everyone. Glad to have you here. We are going to say hi to everyone. And then we'll just get to coding. And actually, I'll let you vote, because here's the thing. If you've been tuning in for the past 4 streams, it's just been a whole lot of setup code and a whole lot of back-end code. We haven't really written much, if any, front-end code. So we could start the stream actually just getting a map on the page. I'm going to let you all vote on it. It's either get a map on the page or replace Deno auth. Yeah. Well, welcome, LearnerBot. Glad to have you from YouTube. So no, and I don't have any coding improv upcoming. See, coding improv was like a really fun stream to do when I had no other plan, because it was completely improvised. Like I could go live at any time and do a coding improv. These days, I'm trying to stick to, like, this project we've been working on consistently every Friday, and someone did suggest we should do a series called Coding Improve, where we take the hacky code that we wrote for coding improv, and we refactor it. We write some tests around it, and then we talk about how we can write it better. So just as an example, let's look at the first episode of Coding Improv and see how we could improve it. I mean, it's actually not that complex. This is a very simple app that we wrote. It probably took me several hours to do. But it's super simple. I don't even know if I would refactor this thing. But, you know, that's the idea. We go into one of these old episodes and we refactor the code. Yeah. Limeout says, it feels very good to watch a project get developed consistently each week. I like that, because even in the older projects we worked on, like Inventory App and Entropy Chat, they were sporadic. There wasn't like a consistent thing we're working on every time. So at least, you know, Friday's going to be fairly consistent. You can come back and know that this is the thing I'm going to be working on. So yeah. Any updates on the tutorial videos? No, just that I lack motivation. It's like, I'm trying my best to work on the course, but for whatever reason, I pretty often can't find the motivation to do it. I end up, it's weird. I procrastinate by working on other things. We're working on things that I know could be done later because I don't want to work on some other thing. So honestly, I'm procrastinating it. But I have done some work, and I do have some good ideas about it. Yeah. What I recommend for auth on Node, that grant library that I showed is really good for OAuth. But if you need like full auth, check out like a provider like Auth0 or Firebase Auth or Supabase Auth. And what's up, Heck? Welcome in. Audrey Crane is asking, are DenoDB and Keasley mutually exclusive, filling the same spot as a SQL abstraction layer? Yeah, and so that's why we chose Keasley, because it is not runtime specific, and it was written in a way so where it could be plugged into any JavaScript runtime, Node.js or Deno or Bun. But we figured out how to get it working with Deno, and it seems fine. There is some code we might actually pull out so that we can just use a library, because we did have to. Well, we didn't write our own Postgres driver. Someone in the community did, and then I used it. But someone might have published that as a package that I could just bring in. But yeah, it works in any runtime and can be adapted to work in any runtime as well. Well, will I be adapting the new... What's this? Teened? I don't know what teened means. Oh, trend. Oh, I will consider it, and we very soon will build something with TRPC. Because here's the thing. Here's the thing. As reluctant as I am to use TypeScript on stream, the time has come, and obviously, like, I'm working in Deno and writing a lot of TypeScript, but like the idea that you can build a backend and get instant type completion on the front end is an amazing idea, right? But what I like, I mean, you know this about me if you've been watching a while. Like, I like this library called Feathers.js, Feathers.js, and their version 5 of Feathers is actually working on this idea of schemas that's going to work very similar to TRPC. However, it is it's not out yet. So version 5. So if you read this blog article, they talk about schemas. I kind of like the way that Feathers is going about it because they use JSON schema, which is like platform independent. Like, it's not specifically tied to TypeScript or JavaScript. Like, this is a formal way of defining schemas. But the thing is, so you can define your JSON schemas. You also could use something like Zod because there are libraries that can turn a Zod schema into a JSON schema. But regardless, this is the idea with Feathers, is you'll be able to create these schemas and then your Feathers client will be able to use them, similar to TRPC. But we're not there yet, and here's my thought. I'm thinking we can use TRPC as a base and kind of create like our own mini Feathers, like our own way of creating services that basically automatically spin up several queries and several mutations. I don't know. All that to say, TRPC is cool, the idea is cool, but I think we can adapt those ideas to other tools that I use. Yeah. And maybe even like an Express app. Like, I mean, I've always wanted essentially like automatic open API specification generation for an Express app, and truly automatic, not manually configured, because it's possible to do like a Swagger doc or an Open API doc manually with Express, and then there are some tools that can like integrate JSON schemas and stuff like that. But there could be a way to do it where you can basically define your Express routes with return types and type the inputs in the context and then use that to document your API. I don't know. TRPC is cool, but yeah, just a quick idea of what TRPC does. Left-hand side, think of this is like your Express app. This is your backend code. You're defining, let's say, a get route on /hello. So when someone makes a request to /hello, you're expecting that they send you an object that has a text property, and then you are going to return an object with a text property. So this is how you define your API endpoint. And then you literally import this type in your front-end code. So there's no like code generation. This just generates a type. Well, not generates, but you get a type, and now you use that type on the client side, and it knows that there's an endpoint called hello, and it knows that you have to pass an object with text, and it knows that response is going to be an object with text. So that is TRPC. Okay, I'm already 4 minutes behind on chat, but TRPC is cool, and we're going to do something with it soon. Yeah. I'm doing all right. It's weird. It's weird, right? And it's because it's like, not because, but I am a generally happy person. Like it's pretty hard to get me down, but sometimes I just can't find the motivation to do things, and I just procrastinate. I just do other things instead. I mean, I think I'm all right. I mean, I feel all right. I'm happy. I'm laughing right now. This is not a forced laugh. I think I just need, I don't know what I need, but I don't know. I'm thinking about it, and I'm talking to my partner about it. She's aware, and we talk to each other. So, yeah. I will say I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to see you all. I'm ready to write some code. I got really good sleep last night. This is probably the most refreshed I've felt on a Friday so far. And then you need a mono repo to share the type. Well, you could just do a relative import. With 10 hours of build time for your mono repo. Yeah, you just need a relative import. Yeah. And Decalers, thank you very much for the 8th month. Okay, let me catch up on chat. We'll look at this for signing cookies. Cool. Thank you. Welcome in. Feathers is more like GraphQL using some kind of middle ground schema notation. The newer Feathers will be. I'll say Feathers is a lot more than that. So if you look at their API docs, They also have a common querying API, and then they have a common database adapter type that you can implement for whatever type of ORM or query builder that you like to use. So they have an adapter for Mongoose, they have an adapter for SQLize, for Objection, they have one for Prisma that's not on here. But basically that makes it so that you don't have to write all of the basic database calls that you normally write, like query by ID or get all things paginated, or query by a specific field, or create a thing or update a thing. Basically, these adapters have already implemented all of the common operations, and then if you need to customize them, you can. So it's a lot more than just like a schema thing. But the schema thing would be new, and you would tie into this. So you could build these services that use these adapters, write some interfaces that type them, and now all of a sudden you have like a typed client. So yeah. Yeah, I don't know if it's like, I know Google RPC, somebody asked about last time, but RPC just stands for Remote Procedure Call, where essentially you're invoking a function on some remote server. And so this is TypeScript Remote Procedure Call. So yeah. The biggest downside is it is JSON serializable data only. Yeah, but that's how APIs work, so I'm okay with that. Like, we're really usually only dealing with JSON. Mike the Tree Climber says, all good, we all procrastinate. I'm procrastinating really learning JavaScript until you release your courses. Well, that's good to hear. Honestly, that's motivation for me to finish it. It's like, we gotta teach these people. Yeah. Which application allows you to see what percentage of CPU and GPU is being used? Oh yeah, check out the setup repo. Yeah. And then I have a link where I talk about menu bar customization. And then there's an app called Stats. I will be honest though, I'm using both Stats and iStat menus. So I switched back to iStat menus for this calendar because I couldn't find a free menu bar widget that could do what this calendar widget does. So this is iStat menus, and then these are from Stats. But iStat menus technically includes these as well. I'm just using both. But I already had an iStat menus 5 license, so I just used it anyways. But yeah. Or is there some? Yeah, I mean, yeah. So TRPC, you could consider it an alternative for GraphQL for sure. Yeah. Because it does a similar thing. Like, I mean, a GraphQL API is going to generate a, I think they call it a schema as well, and then you can use that schema on the client side, and you would get type completion because it knows what the schema, or like what the GraphQL API can accept and what kind of queries and mutations there are. But yeah. What's up, Goofer? Oh, where'd you find that? Is that cannabis? Sorry. Is that just on Feather or on icon? Is it on simple icons? That's funny. I think the followage command was alkabot. Try following instead of followage. Following. Don't know. So something like Craco for React. You can use it without React too, though. What is Craco? Create React app configuration override. Never heard of this, but it seems cool. This is one of those things where actually like you wouldn't have to eject your config. You can just use this instead of create React app. This seems cool. I've never seen it before, but I don't think it's anything like that. It's purely about building APIs. Yeah, following. That's it. You got it. Cool. Does that mean the backend needs to serve the front end for the types to work? No, because basically you could take that generated type file and just put it in your front end code base. If it's not a mono repo, you could literally just take that generated type and put it into your front end code. It doesn't have to be intermingled. Apollo Server Foundation with the Supergraph approach. I've never heard of it. Wait, is this supposed to be my motivation? Is that I need money? Yeah, I mean, I do need money, but I also don't because I have savings. But I shouldn't be tapping into my savings. I should be making money. I don't know. Yep, Stats is the one. Stats, you found it. When I get sad, I stop being sad and be awesome instead. Yeah, I mean, it's funny, but also just beware, Ryan, that that sentence is kind of ableist. Like, so people that have chronic depression, when you say something like that to them, it really gets them because they're like, I can't stop being sad. I'm always sad. I know what you mean, though, and I know you don't mean any harm by it. Um, yeah. And what's up, Saltio? Welcome in, everyone. Maybe I need some chocolate? I had a whole bag of Reese's Slims, and there's only one left. I've eaten through all of it. It was a Barney's. Yeah. No worries. Is that from Barney Stinson? Who's Barney Stinson? Yeah, sounds familiar, but I don't know. Yeah. I appreciate that, the She-Boss. And, like, I don't see it as pressure. I see it as, I mean, you all are my community and my friends as well. Like, I'm happy to go live. Oh, from How I Met Your Mother. I see. I watched a little bit of that. My friend was really into that show. But I do know that there are people that show up every time I stream because this is their community. This is how they forget about all the other stresses of their life. And I'm happy that I can be that for certain people. And I don't see that as pressure, because for me, it's easy for me to go live. I guess what's hard is to do actual work, to create actual things. I don't know. I'm at the peak of my knowledge and nothing really impresses you. I mean, it's tricky. I'm definitely not at the peak of my knowledge. I think I'm at an area. I've reached a point where, and I mean, I talked about this before when I was working my last job. I've reached a point where I'm very jaded by the entire software industry. I do have hope that things will change, and things are starting to change, and I do have hope for future developers, and I would want to help future developers. But I think that's also my motivation, is like, if I can inspire and teach future developers not only in how to code, but also how to carry themselves and how to go about technical decisions and how to be a teammate, that could improve the world, but it's some heavy work. I don't know. Yeah, we're live right now. I don't know what you're asking, but you can look at my schedule. It tells you when I'm going to go live. Here. It's not updated for this upcoming week, but I will update it this weekend. Yeah. Can you run feathers in Azure Functions? My boss wants serverless. I've never done it. You might look at their... So if you look on the Feather site, they have a cookbook. And this talks about some of the things you might do in the real world. So I don't know. Yeah. TypeScript remote call that doesn't use binary. Yeah, because TRPC just uses JSON. And I guess gRPC uses binary data? Yeah. Cool. We're about to catch up. We're almost there. Where's the button to drop ship me some chocolates? You know, I haven't released my P.O. box. But I could. I also just don't want to get weird stuff. And I also don't want to pressure people into sending me stuff. Let's do a poll. Don't care. Yeah, if you're just tuning in after a few months, I got a haircut. Yeah, so we're almost caught up on chat. I'll tell everyone how to customize things. And the She-Boss, thank you very much for that gift. Much appreciated. I think I saw that came out. I haven't watched it yet. It's like the spinoff of How I Met Your Mother. So many weird things. Yeah. I've watched some streamers that have a P.O. box, and it's actually really fun and endearing because, like, people in the community will send, like, fan art and different stuff like that. Yeah. And welcome in, Iron Welder. What's my take on Alpine.js? Do I have a take on Alpine.js? I've never used it. I've only ever looked at their website, and it looks really interesting. I will say, what it looks like is if you're building fairly simple apps or fairly simple components, and you don't want a full-on framework and you don't want a full-on build system, Alpine looks really good for that. And especially if you're like a newer JavaScript developer and maybe you only mostly know HTML, Alpine looks really good for that. I will say, you could do similar things with Vue. Like, it's possible to bring in Vue without a build system, just as a CDN, and then have like a Vue template and stuff like that. But I haven't used it. That's my opinion on it. Yeah. Yeah, it is okay to not be happy all the time. it's definitely, it's okay to be sad. But it really sucks if you're sad all the time. So try to take steps to be happy. And what I mean by that is get good sleep, eat good food, watch good TV shows, have good friends and relationships. Basically all the things in your life that make up your life. Try to make sure that those are conducive to you being happy, because it's probably one of those things that is making you sad most of the time. Yeah. No. Ryan says they're thinking about a mental health break. They broke something in their back. First, for a second, I thought you broke your back. But no, you broke your back end. We're full stack developers here, and you've been trying to fix it for 10 hours. Yeah. Well, after you fix it, I don't know. Just be first of all, relish in your accomplishment. But yeah, I think mental health breaks are good. And also, like, I mean, I've talked about it in the past. Like, if you're feeling burnt out, it's already too late. Like, basically, you want to build breaks into your daily work and into your, like, your weeks and your months so that you don't get burned out. But yeah, I'm getting tired of CSS. It's been a long time since I wrote some CSS. Maybe we'll probably write some CSS today. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Why release a P.O. box when you can publish your own address? Terawatt is just here asking the real questions. How do I see the poll results? Is this it? Most of you don't care. Great. But 12 of you would send me something. That means I could get 12 boxes of chocolate. It's tempting. It's tempting. Maybe I'll specifically plan it. Let's do that. So I'll make an announcement that says I will be opening P.O. Box packages on this specific date, and that will give you X number of weeks to send me something, and then we'll make a stream out of it and see how it goes. That's what we'll do. Timeout for the drop game, I think, is 90 seconds. Yeah. Alpine.js is perfect for PHP developers. Sure, and I think that, like, the what you're saying there is, like, you're mainly doing server-side rendering stuff, but every now and then you need a little bit of front-end interactivity. Alpine would probably be good for that. I'll also say that Vue would be good for that as well, because it's possible to bring in Vue without a build system, but that's something that a lot of front-end frameworks don't take into account, is people that don't have a JavaScript build system, and they want to just add it to an existing site. Yeah. I don't think it's related to Alpine OS. No. Yeah, there is Alpine. Yeah, I think that's what Alpine OS, the OS they're talking about, is isn't the Amazon Linux operating system that's super tiny? Thank you, Krellian. Says I'm the best TV show. Listen to good music, watch good Twitch streamers. Yeah. One day we'll get back to the P5 drop game. I've been doing one stream a week where I work on my overlay stuff. So where I work on this overlay and various other stream-related things. So I'll try to work on the P5 drop game next time we do that.
Coding cheer 100, 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 yeet.
Thank you. Thank you for the bits. I have chronic back end pain. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Yeah, and I've considered getting a therapist. So I've never had a therapist or a psychologist in my life. I've considered it. But I also just don't want to. I lack the motivation to even get a psychologist. So it's tricky, but I probably should. Yeah. Thoughts on people claiming Tailwind is the next big thing? I don't think it's the next big thing. It's already a thing. basically, all of the developers that want to use Tailwind are using Tailwind. Yeah, that's that. And then all of the yeah, okay. Let me see if I can adjust the alert sound. Okay, I turned it down about 10%. And thank you, the Shibas, for the gifted subs. I have to sell my kidney to send anything from Europe, like in terms of shipping. You know, I don't know. Send a jar of Vegemite. And hello, Heachambella. Welcome in. Krillian with the 5. Thank you so much. Did I turn it down too much? Or was that better? Thank you so much. Yeah. Wait, are we in a hype train now? Oh, we are in a hype. Yeah, that was weird. Is better? Okay, cool. Glad to hear it. All right. This has been fun. Welcome in, everyone. You wanted to... Yeah, I think I agree. We're going to split the difference. We went that low. We'll go about right there. Oh, and then... well, no, that should control the TTS volume as well, though. I thought. Yeah. Welcome in, AppBoy says, thank you for doing what you do. I was completely overwhelmed and intimidated to learn React, and now I'm taking on jobs that require it. Appreciate you. Glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it. Thank you for saying that. But yeah, if you're going to use Tailwind, you're already using it. Basically, it's not the next big thing. It's like, if you like that style of styling, then you're going to use it. I don't. All right, so some news before we start writing code. I made a new Express API template. So if you've seen in the past, I created this Express API starter repo years ago at this point, and it's just a super basic Express app. Doesn't have any opinions, it just has all of the default dependencies that I usually want when I set up an Express app, and it has a super basic folder structure that has like a source folder with your main app, some middlewares, and then an API folder where you can put things as well. And then it also has a test directory that you could use, but like I said, this is super unopinionated, so you technically could put those tests next to the files that they're testing. It's just a base setup, and it also includes an ESLint with the Airbnb config. Yeah, so why JavaScript though? Because a lot of times I'm teaching and I want to spin up a JavaScript API. And now I know you're trolling, Terwatt, because I'm pretty sure you were here when we almost used this or something like that. Very few opinions. Easily changeable, ready to go. That's what I'll say. Because one of the things about setting up an Express app is you actually don't get error handling by default, and you don't get a 404 error handler by default, and you don't get logging by default, because Express is super unopinionated. So this basically just sets those things up for you, and then you can go in and customize them if you want to. But I'm here to announce the TypeScript one. So I went through and actually I just took my existing app. I added a TS config. I did like a TypeScript init, and then I gradually fixed all of the errors, and then also I got the ESLint working with TypeScript. So yeah, this one's ready to go, and if you want to use it, you can run this command, npx create express API. Why TypeScript? See, I can't win, but regardless, yeah, pick and choose. And so what's nice is you can use this CLI tool, and if you do -- TypeScript, you're going to get this template, and if you don't do -- TypeScript, you're going to get the JavaScript template. So that's the thing. I'm going to make this tweet, and then we'll say hello and then write some code. This is what Twitch streamers do, right? You make a tweet, you post it in the chat, and you tell people to heart it. Cool. There's that. And that, here we go. We're going to say hi to everyone, and then we're going to write some code. Why not both TypeScript and JavaScript? Is that what you mean? Oh, thank you, the Boss. Thank you for the like. Okay. All right, let's say hi to everyone. If you want me to acknowledge you, you can say hi, hello, hello, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, hi, us up, what's up, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding, hi-yo, bohayo, or bogahay. Say any one of these things, and I'll acknowledge you. We're going to do a speed run, though, because I've been live for almost an hour, and I really do want to start writing code. So 2 minutes, 2 minutes to say hello to everyone. One computer guy, hello. What's up, the Shebas and Mark? I appreciate you all hanging out in the chat before I got here. Mark was here, and the Shebas and one computer guy and SQL Wordster. Welcome in. What's up, America 2050 and Tony Very Happy and Clink and Terawatt and Cesar and Kubobo and Funny Boy. Welcome in. It's been a while. Thanks for being here. What's up, Mr. Who Knows and Coders Jim and Trash Dev. Shout out to our friend Trash Dev. They have wonderful takes on software development. Like, you are required to wear skinny jeans to be a good developer. And I appreciate those hot takes. What's up, Ed and No Existence and Lord McGurk and Vulture Bike and Regular Dev and Hello Limotes and Wong and Cookify and Finder the Icewing and Stotney. What's up, Java Guy and Electrothermal and Mark Boots and Learnerbot and Shark Turn Up and Queen Galaxy, and thank you all for that level 2 hype train. Mr. Lieutenant, hello. What's up, JZ Chaos and Mike the Tree Climber, and I am Roos and Zelino and Butch. What's up, Rear Window Soda and Veritatas and Zemo Sapien. What's up, Lord Lori Dreamer and Amhek and Nicky Poo and Sovix and Mortal Box and Owen Codes and Salty Ohm and the Dobbler and Adoob and Griffway and Iron Welder and Hitchambla and Rollerblader and the Noobtacular and Platnot Pratt and Awaited and Hello Sound of Gaming and Delicious Dumpling and Sweeties and Tehul and Benji and Kita 7 and Phoenix Rising and Invisible Island and Veeb and Furzan and Word and Probus and Alex Tonic and Farfadu and Krillian and Dante and Pocholito and Spider-Man and Utmain and Syntac and TD Racing and Gloriel and Mohan Gabo. Welcome in, everyone. Glad to have you. Hi, what's up, Jojo? Woo! We did it. We did it in under 2 minutes. Take a breath. Someone asked why not Fastify. And I'm not opposed to it. So one thing I could do is so Create Express API is the CLI tool that will in turn clone one of those repos, either the TypeScript repo or the non-TypeScript repo. But I could really turn this into like an Express API generator with, well, not an Express API generator, like a node.js API generator with questions like, do you want to use TypeScript? Do you want to use Express, Fastify, Koa, or whatever else? Do you want tests? I could basically create a generator that asks you all those questions. However, for the most part, like I've continually used Express. Express is fast enough for me. I have not built a single API that was too slow because I was using Express. Now, some people do run into that issue. They're building other things. They're not building the things that I'm building. And when that happens, they'll use something like Fastify because it is in benchmarks a bit faster than this is not even it. This is it. Is a bit faster than Express out of the box. Okay. Do you have to Webpack a Node or Express app for deployment, or is it uploaded as is? So if it's written in JavaScript, it's uploaded as is. But if you write it with TypeScript, then you do need to compile that into JavaScript before you deploy it. Though I don't think you technically have to, because you could use TS Node, but I don't think you would use TS Node in production. You would basically build and then you're running Node in production. Why would you suspect anyone wanting tests? Some people do, okay. And we're going to write some tests in Deno at some point. Yeah. Milena says, let your unique awesomeness and positive energy inspire confidence in others. Yeah, that's what we're doing here. You don't have to hide Acid Spark. I know you're joking. And I can take a joke. All right. What are we doing? We said hi. We'll do a poll. Yeah, so we need to focus, but first we'll do a poll. Time to code. What should we do first? We're going to do both of these, but it's really a matter of, you're here early, what do you want to see, kind of thing. Get a map working. We'll say a proper map, because we have a map, it's just really hacky. And then the other thing is set up OAuth with Deno Grant. Cool. And so this is going to be mostly back-end code. This will be mostly front-end code. But also like a little bit of exploring Deno and imports and making sure that imports only happen on the front end. So yeah, I will give you 2 minutes to vote on this. Vote now. Vote now. Oh, and here's another appearance that hasn't, well, here's another thing that hasn't made an appearance in a while. Yerba Mate. which I like to drink. But I haven't been drinking it for whatever reason. But we do have a yerba emote. This one. Wait, are you saying you would send me a case of these? Because I wouldn't say no to that. I've really only ever seen cases of like the non-carbonated ones. I like the carbonated. Get a good look. These are the ones I like. It's carbonated, it has real sugar, and it's called Classic Gold. This is the one that I drink. There's they have like a cranberry one. It's fine. And then there's other carbonated ones, but they have fake sugar, and I don't like fake sugar. But I should probably get used to it. It'll make me lose weight. I don't know. Would I say streaming for 4 to 5 hours in a day is harder or easier than working your old job for an 8-hour day? I would say it's easier because for the most part, I am just doing what I want, not what I'm told. And that's always more fun. I will say it requires more energy. You may not notice this, but I talk a lot. I talk through every single thing that I'm doing, and I try to explain every single thing that I'm doing. And when I'm working a normal job, if I'm not pairing with someone, then I don't have to do that. I just do the thing. I don't have to justify why I'm doing it. I just do it. And so in that sense, it takes less energy to not be streaming. But I do enjoy it more. I mean, yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, okay, yeah, you're right. But I've gradually I've gradually increased my caffeine tolerance again. So we're back where this has 120 milligrams of caffeine, and it gets me feeling just right. I don't feel too hyped. Yeah. This is from a company called Gayaki. They're a really good company. They do like free trade stuff, or sorry, fair trade stuff. Non-GMO.
Coding Cheer 500 thought about flamethrower Jays?
Thank you, Nikki Poo. I haven't thought about it. I did watch Fireship's video. Let me pull it up. Seems cool. So here's the thing. And also, like, and surprisingly, no one has asked about Astro yet. he made a video on Astro. Hugo, Astro, Gatsby, Flamethrower, these are all tools that serve a purpose that I do not need. I do not build statically generated websites. I don't do that. I build applications. Every app that I build always has some sort of client-side JavaScript that makes it interactive in some way. These tools are typically these tools are typically for like static content or content that doesn't change very often. And if it does change, you're willing to wait a few minutes for a new build to be deployed. I don't do that. I build, and there are a lot of other ones that all fall into that category. I mean, really, if you watch this video from Fireship, he gives a whole flowchart that's like, well, if you want to do this, then do this, and if you want to do that, then do that. And he kind of explains it there. Like, I am basically always in this spot, so I don't need search engine optimization, and it is dynamic. So yeah. Okay. Here's the thing. Deno auth won, but it was only like 3 votes away from getting the map on the screen. So, yeah, it was only 3 votes away. How about this? We're gonna spend 10 minutes getting OAuth working, because that's all we're gonna need. We'll do OAuth first, but I promise you, it won't take me more than 10 minutes. Like, the library that I wrote is so good, I'm just going to be able to rip out the other one, put this one in, done. And then we'll get the map on the screen. Deal. Let's go. All right. I am going to go into focus mode. Oh, and thank you, Evan, for all the supports. I think I missed a lot of these, but Lord McGurk, thanks for the resub. Thank you for gifting to Mark. Thank you, Shaw. Toasted Cheeses, the She-Boss with several gifts. Thank you. Gordon with the resub. Glyjar with the resub. Lori Dreamer with the resub. DeCalage with the resub. Eddie with the resub. One Computer Guy with the bits. Pablo with the bits. Krallian with the gifts, and Nookie Poo with the bits as well. Thank you all for the supports. I appreciate you. I couldn't do it without you. Let's write some code. Here we go. First of all, this is the repo. I am going to spin up Docker, and you're going to hear the fans on my computer start to spin up. Because I think right now we don't... Actually, yeah, so the code that I'm going to be updating does insert a user into the database on login. So we will need to update that. And we'll just get this going.
Coding cheer 645 more bits.
Thank you, Nikipu. And how are the levels on that, on the alerts? Are they better now? Are they at a good spot? No, I swear we can do it in 10 minutes. Let's see where we're at. Basically, right here. Right here. They're loud? TTS is loud? Oh. Sorry. Okay, we'll have to worry about that later. That's the issue. I think the TTS is really loud compared to the sound alerts. So I think I need to go into the code and lower the volume of TTS itself. Okay. This is our handler for OAuth. Let me get the thing up and running. So we'll start up the DB. It was running in the background. We'll kill it and then start it back up. There's a database running somewhere, so I need to... I mean, you could do Docker PS to see which Docker things are running. I actually don't even know what app this is for, but I'm just going to go into the Docker dashboard and stop any containers that are running, because I only need... maybe it was Entropy app. Yeah, don't restart. Just stop. You can see that. No, I swear. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Welcome in, David. Banana to you as well. All right, so those aren't starting. We Docker PS. Somehow there's still an... Okay, isn't there like a Docker kill command? Nice, okay. Now we will spin up our database and adminer. And then we should be able to Deno task start. Yeah, database accepting connections. Backend is up. We have a page with a really janky map that we're going to fix later on. But right now, if I go to auth/discord, this should redirect me, ask me to log in, and then redirect me back to the app. But this is currently using the old library, so let's fix that. First of all, we need to set up the providers, like which OAuth logins do we want to do. Right now we can see that we did that with just like a single Discord client here. And that's what we'll do with my Deno grant library. But let's go to the docs from my library and see how it works. And we'll just get it working. So we need to bring in this from my library. And I'm actually just going to put this URL in my source map. So you can put it directly in the code. Deno supports that. But you can also have this import map. And then you're able to reference things by name. So I want Deno OAuth. Or no, sorry, Deno grant is what we're calling this thing. And then I can point it there. And now if I need to change versions, like I only have to change it in one spot. So we'll pull this from Deno grant like that. I can get rid of that dependency. I really only need providers in Deno grant. And then now we can do the configuration like this. And in this case, we do have Discord as the provider. We have our client ID, which can go here, but not as a string, as an actual value. And then same thing with the client secret, like that. And then everything else looks good. And then we'll remove this. But what's nice is later on, if I want to support Google or Twitch or GitHub, I just have to add another little object there and we're good to go. So that should be all we need. And so you can see before I was exporting this map that went from provider name to provider type. But what's nice is my library has this thing called strategies. Actually, my library just has methods. So you can do like, I think I need to cache the Deno grant dependency, but you can do things like denogrant.getAuthorization URL, and then you pass in the provider type. So I'm actually just going to export Deno grant. Like this, and then when I import it in my actual route that does the callback, right here, this is where I need to generate the redirect. So this is going to grab the provider name from the URL. So provider name will be Discord, and then we can do something like this, but it's not this. So we'll call this Deno grant. And then we need to pull in providers from Deno grant. Like that, good to go. And in this case, I don't want to try to get it. What I want to do is I want to take this string. So this is the provider string. This, and I want to convert it into an enum value. Because if you look at providers, providers is an enum that has all of the possible providers. Providers dot. Why am I not getting type completion? Probably because this, okay, let's do a cache, Deno cache dependencies. Enum, or enum. That has to be it, right? Yeah, I might need to run it once. So we'll just do this manually right now. We're redirect URI. Right now we're just always assuming that the provider is Discord. But what I want to do in a second after the app runs is I want to convert this string into an enum, make sure it actually has a value, and then use it. And if it doesn't have a value, that's when we show an error. Okay. My library is broken. In AAOA. AOA. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. What were you working on? And how do you say your name? Working on Figma, OBS, and design. Nice. Yeah, I think that's the issue. So the TTS is really loud, but everything else is not. Aoa! Well, welcome in, Raiders. Glad to have you. You've arrived at the coding garden. We're writing code. Not sure if you write code, but we are writing code. And we have 24 seconds left. We're gonna, look. My library's broken. I need to fix my library. I was going into this thinking that my library was gonna work just fine. Apparently it doesn't. Relative import path, Deno grant, not permitted with / and not in import map from. So it doesn't like that my library, who publishes, hey, I haven't used it yet. I haven't used it yet. I guess it's in here. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Well, welcome in. You've done design stuff with Stony. Glad to hear it. Welcome in, Stony. Okay. What did I do wrong? Type error. Relative import not prefixed with slash or dot slash or dot dot slash, and not an import map from. But it is an import map, Deno grant slash index. So if I look at my actual library here, not this one. Let me make sure no secrets are visible. I did export. Okay, so are there any Deno aficionados in the chat? Because this is my library. And in it, I do have this import map. But I guess this breaks when other libraries bring it in. So I have this import map here, and then all of my source code, like this, uses that import map. But it looks like when another library brings it in, it doesn't like it. I mean, I think the quickest fix is just to not have an import map in my library's code base. Though, actually, I'm curious how other libraries do it. Relative path messed up after the other library's path. Yeah, so I'm using this library as a dependency. Let's see if they have their own. Yeah, they don't even have their own import map. So maybe it's a thing where you don't use an import map when you're publishing a library? Is Deno land down? Oh, okay. That was weird. That was weird. Let's see another example. Like Keasley. Like if we look at their repo, do they have an import map? They don't have an. Maybe it's just not a thing. Maybe when you're publishing a library for Deno, you don't use an import map like that. So now all the code is broken. I'm gonna fix it. A second of immeasured happiness. And thank you, DS Legends, for the 23 months. Okay, this should just be a dot slash. And this should just be a dot slash. All of these should just be a dot slash. Cool. Yeah, it's tricky. I can't necessarily just do a straight up find and replace because some of it are relative paths. So that one looks good. Those are all relative paths. Good, good, good. Yeah. See, this needs to... Oh, no, this just needs a relative path. Yep, like that. And then these... Relative path, relative path, relative path. Great. Listen. I'm only 15 minutes in. I'm only 15 minutes in. Okay, let me run a quick test on my library to see if it all still works, and then I'll publish a newer version. I don't think I need to change the reference to the external libraries, because I was basically trying to create an import map for all my internal files for the library itself. But Let's see. Cool. So I'll show you this. I'm going to add these changes. Remove lib import map. And then I'm going to do a tag. We're going to call it version 0.2. And then if I do a git push with those tags, that will publish to Deno land. So Deno land basically has a webhook looking at any tags that are published. And then when it sees that, it will publish that version. So if we look now, we search for Deno Grant. We should see the latest version is 0.2. We do. So 0.2. Great. Now I'm going to bring in that version instead in my fresh app. 0.2. Save it. Run it. Dang it. Oh, I didn't. Did I not update? Okay, there's one more place I need to update. In the overrides? How did I not update it in the overrides? Deno Grant source overrides. Line 47. Yeah, we finished the DB migration on the last stream. Oh, OAuth. Oh, yeah, and then now it's having trouble finding OAuth 2 client. Okay, I see. When another library brings in my Deno library, they have to have all of the same import maps set up. The import maps don't get published with the library. Yeah, so basically I can't use import maps at all in my Deno library. That's weird. I'm just gonna go with it, and this one I can do a find and replace. So everywhere that I reference Zod, I need to reference this instead. Yeah. And then everywhere I reference OAuth 2 client, I need to do this instead. I'll have to look into that, like why that's the case, but it looks like that's the case. Cool. And then we literally just removed the entire import map. There's got to be a better way. I guess what some people might do is instead of that import map.json, they might actually create a single file called dependencies and then just import from there, and that has the URL imports instead of trying to rely on the import map. That's probably what they do. Let's see if this worked. Oh, now I'm like, there is no import map. And thank you, Nikki Poo. Great, okay. We're ready for, that's the only test I have right now, by the way. I didn't leave a trailing comma? I don't know, it's a JSON file. There should be a trailing comma. I think we should be good there. Okay, so now we're going to bring in version 3, and everything's going to work just fine. Nice. Nice. All right, and then now I'm going to read about import maps in a library and why I couldn't do that to begin with. First try. First try. All right, that was too much for me to read right now, but I'll come back to it. However, check this out. We are at a point where we can do the OAuth. We should be able to do the OAuth redirect like that. Beautiful, beautiful. And this is using my library now. It's not using the old library. But like we said, we hard coded it to Discord. This is where I want to convert the string to an enum value really quick. But let's actually just double check. Search the whole code base for OAuth. Yeah, this is my library. So my library is working. Great. Now I want TypeScript convert string to... Actually, I think I want to do this manually so that I get type completion. I think. We'll do it anyways. TypeScript convert string to enum try catch. Like, I want it to throw an error or give me back null if the string is not a valid enum member. Key of. Do I do key of? Object.values on the enum. Oh, and then find one that matches? Sure. Sure. Let's put this in a variable. We make this the default export, but then we also export .strategies, or no, wait. If I do entries, can I turn an enum into a map? I think I can. So I do entries and then create a new map that gives us a provider. No, it gives us a string to provider. Like that. Providers. Then I could look up by string to see if it actually exists. Would that work? Let's try. So now I get the provider string. I can call this the provider, and this will be providersmap.get the provider string. And what does it say this will be? Provider is of type providers, or undefined. Cool. So we can say if we found that provider, then we do this number with the provider. Else we return a redirect to the home page. Yeah. The fork, it's not exactly a fork of Grant. It's a rewrite. Well, not a rewrite. Yeah, it's inspired by Grant is what I'll say, but it's meant to work with Deno. My provider is plural because there are lots of different providers. Okay, so if provider doesn't equal undefined, object is possibly undefined. All right, TypeScript people, help me. Why does it think this could be undefined? A type should be singular to describe them all? Okay, I'm not opposed to that. In the README, I said it was alpha software, so I can make a breaking change at any time. So you're saying you would call this provider map? So get no. So I mean, basically I thought TypeScript would detect. So provider could be no. Oh, that's my issue. That's my issue. Okay. Is this, and then if it was a thing, because it's possible that provider wasn't even registered, then yeah, that's a me issue. Okay. Cool. And redirect will accept a string or a URL, and authorization is of type URL. Beautiful. All right, this is the winner. Because now, if we go to localhost 8000 auth Discord, we get redirected. Great. But if I go to localhost 8000 auth banana, we get redirected back to the home page because that provider doesn't exist. I guess it would have gotten caught there. But if we try to go to localhost 8000 auth GitHub, there is no registered provider for GitHub, so that'll give us a redirect as well because that gets caught right here. Okay. Well, yeah, so I already have a map on the Deno grant. So Deno grant has this strategies thing, and this is just a map. And you could do a .get with the provider name. That actually would be another way to do it, because technically this would give you back the OAuth client, and then the individual OAuth client has an get authorization URL function. This one is I'm using a new keyboard. I need to define the function key. This one reaches into that and then calls that function based on the registered providers. Regardless, we're logging in now. Okay. Or we're getting redirected. That's a good sign. The next piece is when the user gets redirected back to our app, we need to handle that as well. And this is where we are. I don't think we're going to use the map that I created. I think I want to do some switch statement stuff because I'll show you. Like we get the provider type completion, which is great. And really, I want to rename. This is no longer OAuth. I want to call this Deno grant. Did that update it everywhere? It didn't. Yeah, this one's mechanical and it has brown switches. Some people don't like switch statements. That's fine. Okay, so in the callback, we're working with a similar thing where basically it's auth GitHub or auth Discord callback. So we have a similar thing where we get the provider type. But I want to do something like this. I want to switch on provider type. I think I want, so here's why. Let me tell you why. So the case where the provider type is Discord, then the longest 10 minutes of your life. Hey, we're getting there. We're almost there. I swear. I swear we're almost there. Okay, but at this point we could do Deno grant dot get profile, and then we pass in the provider type, which in this case is going to be providers dot discord, like that. And then we pass in the access token. Oh, so before we do that, we need to actually get the token. We pass in that, and we pass in request.url, like that. I'm not going to leave this in the switch statement, but I just want to get this written out so we can know what to do from there. So this would be tokens.access token, like this. What's nice, though, is this profile is typed, right? You see that it's a Discord profile because I wrote all the types for it. So it tells us like what the properties we have and everything like that. So this should be fine. And then now that we have the profile, we can do the insert into the database. I guess really, I like a switch statement better, I think, here. I think eventually I might refactor this out. Why is this complaining? Get token. It could return undefined. So if tokens is a thing, get the profile. I really should give the provider type variable a type of provider string to get a super slick switch. Oh, maybe that. Okay, that's why I would use a switch then. Okay, so I can switch on provider type, and then I have a case where providers.discord, like this. And then, like that. I see. Yeah, so now each new provider I add, I could add it in. Okay, well, here's the thing. As I use this library, I'll refine the API design, because this seems fine, but maybe I also want to reach in and grab the specific Discord OAuth client. Because get profile is specific to provider, whereas get token isn't as specific to the provider. It's fine though. Okay. Return update upsert profile. Let's call this upsert Discord profile. And we pass in the access token. So now we have a function, upsert Discord profile, that takes in a string access token. It gets the profile, and then for now we'll just return the profile. All this other stuff I can comment out. And for now, if the provider type was wrong, we actually will do this redirect to the home page. Okay. Why is this complaining? This needs to be response.json with the profile. Like that. Great. Great. Oh, thank you, Drunk Time Lord. Thank you for the gifts. Yeah, so that's what we'll have to we'll refactor this when we start integrating other providers, because then we're gonna need a separate function for getting the Twitch profile. The main thing is, like, profile is now typed, and so now when I'm doing the insert into the database, I have access to all of the Discord profiles. But if this, for example, was Twitch, then I would have different properties that I would be using to insert into the database. But I think I just have to think about that whenever we integrate some other, like, it's not ready to be fully refactored to account for everything. So to do, refactor this when we have more than one provider. What's that YouTube link, David? Cool. Okay, so at this point, if we do the whole login flow, auth, Discord, my app has crashed, unexpected token, in callback. Oh, I will refactor this later. Yeah, I will refactor this later. Okay, so we don't need to bring that in anymore, which is nice. That can just come from Deno Grant. There's a bad curly brace, but where and why? Is it that one? It is. Let me run my linter. My formatter and linter. That's better. Okay. Okay, handlers is an object. Show me that curly brace. Great. And then this curly brace belongs to this get. I mean, I'm holding on to this commented out code, but it really is messing with me. Do I have some weird stuff that's not commented out in here? Regardless. All right. This lets us log in with Discord. Hide my screen for just 1 second. Click authorize. We get redirected back, and we have the profile. All right, we've made it that far. At this point, I do need to write the code to insert into the database. But let's switch to the map, because this isn't as important, but we'll come back to this after we're done with the map. So to do, insert /update profile and user in DB. We'll come back to that. This is the code we wrote before when we were using a different database library, but this took me much longer than I expected because my library was broken. But I think, yeah, it was a cool 10 minutes, which was actually like 30 minutes. Great. Oh yeah, Ed, I know how to do that. Yeah. So if you're on GitHub, press period. And then that launches, if you're on a repo, press period, and then that launches an editor. Here it comes. And you can also just do github.dev instead of github.com on any repo. Yeah. Exclamation mark keyboard in the chat will tell you what keyboard I'm using right now. All right, I'm gonna commit this change, and then wait, why did this get updated? Oh, because of the formatter. That makes sense. So I'm going to commit this change, and then we're going to work on getting a map on the screen, because we haven't worked with front end in this app in a while. Cool. I've heard of Gitpod. Is it like a self-hosted Git? Open source developer platform for remote development. Oh! This is like GitHub Codespaces, right? I haven't used it. Okay. We have some code to write. We're going to work on a map, but this is where we get to a suggestion provided by the community. So Omar, actually I haven't seen Omar in the chat today, but they did make this pull request on the repo. Stop making fun of me. Assispark says, so when is the course coming out? And Funny Boy Rock says, in 10 minutes. Yeah, everything's 10 minutes, isn't it? Come on. Okay. They showed us how to actually do a client-side import. So Fresh provides this isBrowser variable that we can use, and then we only import if we're in the browser. I think they mentioned that they ran into an issue, though. But I think this is the key piece that we need. 10 minutes. 10 minutes, exactly. This is the key piece that we were missing, and I'll show you what we were doing before to get the map working. It's really hacky. So we have this island, we have this map, and we basically just added some vanilla JavaScript. So we manually created a script element. We manually set it to leaflet, which is the map library we're trying to use. And then we manually added all these nodes to the page, and then just gave it a ref to the div. We don't want to do that. We want to be able to like write proper React code. So let's get that going. And also, I'm not totally sure if you can use like any React library with Preact. Like I know some people have written leaflet for Preact. And specifically this one, Preact leaflet TypeScript. Yeah, so Preact is just, it has the exact same API as React, and pretty much all React code you could replace with Preact. It has a different license than React. And it says it's fast. That makes sense, Terawatt, because you technically would have to bring in React at that point. Okay. So we likely do want to use this Preact leaflet TS. So a Preact, oh, they spelled Preact wrong. Preact wrapper made in JavaScript, converted to JavaScript for Preact leaflet. That I guess has types built into it. And then this one is under construction as well. So why would we not use Preact over React? I think all of the community libraries, so like Terawatt was mentioning, a lot of libraries that are built for React will only work with React because they have React as a dependency. So you couldn't technically use them in your Preact app. But the reason we're using Preact is because Fresh is built on top of Preact, and we're using Fresh. I think that's another thing that we haven't done is upgraded our latest Fresh version. We should probably do that sooner than later. Because if we look in our import map, Fresh is 1.0.1, and we can look and see what the latest version is right now. Yeah, Preact came after React. Yep. We might have to look at it on Deno land to see what the latest version is. Oh, 1.2.3 was Deno, I think. Yeah, so 1.0.2 is where we're at. I'm going to update this and then see if anything breaks. Hopefully it doesn't. Okay, so and Terawatt's like, this is extremely popular. It's true. It's true. Okay, so we're on the latest version. Oh, not that. The page still loads. Seems fine. Seems fine. We weren't doing anything too fresh specific anyways. All right, I'm going to go with this Preact Leaflet TS library because that's the one that Omar used. And let's try to get it working like this. I'm not going to merge their pull request in, mainly because I want to write the code myself and I want to get it working myself. So we'll kind of just see what they did. So first of all, we do need isBrowser. Yeah, and American 2050 opened an issue as well. So we'll take a look at that. They specifically did an import in the React function itself, like this. And they use Preact Leaflet TS, so they found the same library. I want to try to do it the way that Omar was doing it, because then we don't have to do like these use effects and like wait for the import. We can just do it directly with the components. Is there something specific you want me to see American 2050 that like Omar wasn't doing? Yeah, I mean, this definitely will only run client-side because it's inside of those use effects. This does the import only client-side because it checks browser. So we're going to try that. Check my issues. Yeah. All right, here. If isBrowser. So L is going to be our map, leaflet. And then we import it. And I think one thing that we'll want to do get type definition locally. So we'll get the type definition so it's not handled by Deno. And Deno doesn't try to load it, because the issue we ran into last time is Deno's tried to import this library not on the client, like on the server, and then this has dependencies on the DOM itself, and so Deno didn't know how to handle that. So, and then we need this in our import map, and actually I am going to import this directly instead of using the import map. Cool. The one called -ts doesn't have the type issues? Okay, so maybe we actually can import the type from it. Oh, you mean like we actually could import this? I see what you're saying. We actually could import it on the server side. Let me try that really quick. Yeah, let's try it. And basically, I do need to get rid of all... I need to get rid of everything. I need to get rid of all of that. We don't want to ref anymore. And then we actually do want to use this head thing. That was another good thing that Omar suggested. So that way we could add the leaflet CSS and the leaflet core JavaScript. Do we actually need the core JavaScript? I don't think we do. I'm just going to add the CSS for now. And then right here, we'll have the main element that has l.map and l.tile layer. Yeah, I believe you, American 2050. You get full credit as well, not just Omar. All right, why does it not like any of this? JSX frag pragma is required when using a JSX pragma with JSX fragments. Oh, this one. This is what I need. Weird. Okay. That. That. Cool. Yeah, we fixed it. And then why is this complaining? Oh, and then we're using Tailwind to add some classes. We can do that as well. I realize I'm just copy pasting one by one, but I'm also trying to make sure I understand everything that they did to get it working. And then now I think we're trying to combine both Omar's and American 2050's example, where we do import it. We get map, yeah, and then importing it as stars so we can do l.map and l.tile layer. And then why is this complaining? Class does not exist on type. Do we already know what L is? Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I think we do need the Deno cache. This is the 5th episode, so this is the 5th week that we've been working on this app. L is not defined. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense because we need L is the actual leaflet itself, not the Preact leaflet library. So really, we actually do want map and tile layer from here, like this, and then the capital L is actually defined by this import here, leaflet itself. But Deno doesn't like that. L is not defined, which is why we would need to only import it on the client side, because we would import it on the client side after the core leaflet library is loaded. So really what we want is we want map and tile layer to exist so we can use them down here. It has the any type. That's fine for now. Cool. Let's see what we got. All right, so now it's running. And then now we can go to the home page. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. We have a map. We have a beautiful, beautiful map. That's great. That's great. What the issue now, though, is I actually don't get type completion down here. Because this has... this is the any type. So really what I want is I want to be able to import only the types so that I can define the types here. Can I do like an import type thing? Something like this. Can't be used as a value. What do you all think? So basically, we've got it works. We can use these components on the front end. However, we can't get the type completion that we want. I guess I could define like a TypeScript definition file, and then maybe define the import there. Is that maybe the way to go? Like, isn't it possible? Rewrite it in solid. Let's see if that. Yeah, let me see if that works. Funny Boy Rocks. The only issue there is that. Oh no, no, that should work. So, and so we say map type tile layer. Well, we rename them. Then tile layer as tile layer as tile layer type. Cool. So now we have the types, and then we can say that map is a map type and tile layer is a tile layer type. And Percelsior, it's been a while. Thank you very much for the prime. Welcome in. Refers to a value, but is being used as a type. Am I doing this right? Also, does this break it? It doesn't. Do I want type of? Or? Yeah, I mean, TypeScript is very finicky, and that like you really have to know how you want to define these types to be able to use them. Like technically, the code is working without this. It is literally I can do this. I can comment this out, and then well, I do have to say that this is any. Basically, I can say, hey TypeScript, I know what I'm doing. No need for you to tell me anything, and then this works. However, the issue is down here, because the map is in any type, I'm not going to get any autocomplete as to what attributes or props are available. And that's why I want to get the types working. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that might make sense. La baguette. La baguette. You can only import one, so import map as the map type. And then this will be really cumbersome if this is how we have to do it. No, refers to a value but is being used as a type. It's better to do TypeScript expect error. Then it becomes a constant. I can't overwrite it. Oh, that could work as well. Yeah. So if we do something like type of import this dot tile layer. Whoa. Whoa. No way. Type of map. So now do we get like zoom? Yeah. Huh. That worked. Thank you, Veritatas. I think we can write it better. So types leaflet, I don't think corresponds to this library because these are custom components that are a wrapper of the leaflet type. Can I call this like Preact leaflet? That. Can I not do that? How would I combine these into one so I don't have to repeat myself like that? Oh, it's a type. Okay. So I see. So I'd have to do type Preact leaflet, and that is this. Like this. What's up, Omar? You haven't missed much. I'm trying to get type completion on your example instead of the any type, and I think we have it. Yeah, so we get the type completion there, so that's good. And then the app still starts, and we still get the map loaded. Great. Great. I think we're good. I think we're at a point where we can start like putting stuff on the map or like styling it a little bit. But basically what we've done is we're importing the type, specifying these types. I mean, could I destructure this? I guess not. I'm not the biggest fan of this syntax, but it's not the end of the world, because if we're using this Preact leaflet in multiple files, we could extract this out and then just import that in where we need it specifically. Yeah. Yeah. Did I not read this? Oh, no, I did read it, but we're not there yet. We just got it working. We're not there yet. Yeah, that's the next thing that we have to do is, like, can we get the state of the map? Yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, and I'm sorry I'm ignoring the chat. I was just trying to get this working. But, yeah, we're working in a language called TypeScript. It's basically JavaScript with types. And it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, so basically to get this code to even run, behind the scenes it's getting turned into JavaScript. Wait, I guess does map not have a class property? It does. Definitely does. But if we look at that, oh, class name, right? Because this is this is React. Also, they haven't implemented pop-up, so we would have to do that ourselves. Huh. Okay. Do I get something like, import? Does work the same as await import? No, no. At least the way these things are defined, like, these are all going to happen, like, on module load, whereas this is going to happen when the code runs, I believe. That's a way to think about it. And I'm basically making sure that the library doesn't try to load unless we are in the browser. Because if I try to load it on the server, this is what happens. It tries to access this L global variable, which it can do when it's in the web browser, because that's how Leaflet works. This basically adds an L global variable. Yeah. But I guess technically, what if I did this? And I said global this dot L is an object. Do we get access to global this? I can extend it. All right, I'm not going to worry about it, though, because I do just want this to happen in the browser. Okay. We have a map on the page. Let's style it. Right now, it's like extending past the body here. So let's just get some styles going. So we have our home page. And right now, it's just loading the fresh map. We're going to try our best to use Tailwind. And we don't want any padding. I really want to do like a flex box. So am I going to get type completion here with Twind? I want this to be a flex box. I want the width to be 100 view width. How do I do that with Tailwind? Let's look at the Tailwind docs. Tailwind cheat sheet. Thanks, Stony Eagle. Nerd Cave. Layout. Flex. But also, like width. Aren't there, yeah, there are width helpers, aren't there? Width screen. That's what I want. And thanks, yeah. Well, does it have to be class name? Width screen, height screen. So that'll, and then overflow none, probably. Overflow hidden. Oh, that's a nice thing about Preact is you just use the word class instead of class name. So full screen, overflow hidden. Great. And then fresh map. Has a, we won't have a top element. We're just going to have the map. And then it will take up 100% width. Width. 100% is widthful. Height full. Nice! Look at that! No scroll bars? First try! Look at that! Awesome. Okay. Now, let's center it on, for now, the United States, because that's where I am. Perfecto. Yeah, it's a beautiful full screen map. Okay. I am right about here. That's me. What's Denver latitude longitude. And Cody with Mika, thank you very much for the prime. Appreciate you. Here we go. Now let's copy Terawatt's design. No, I think I'm going to have a full screen map, and then I'll have like a sidebar that has all of the interactivity, I think. I don't know. We haven't gotten there yet. We probably should just do a session just designing things. All right. We want this. Nice. Nice. Okay, let's zoom out a little bit. Nice. Nice. This is great. Things are working for a change. Yeah, I'm not going to do GPS location right now. I think I can do a location changer inside of the Chrome or the Firefox DevTools, but for now, we're just going to default to that. Cool. I'm pretty happy with this. Like we do get type completion. I think 6.9 is a little too close. 6.09? Well, it's about the same. No, we're gonna 5. 5 is the one. 4.2? No, 5. Yeah, let's look at this library that we're using to see their docs on like how do we get access to the state of the map and everything else, and then make sure that we can use all of that. What do you mean by that, Acid Spark? Designer prerogative. Look at the end-to-end app and its published version. Yeah, like what if I want to get access to the state of the map? Center takes in the center of the map. What's crypto voxels? Can we use that map instead? Wow. It's I know there are other OpenStreetMap provider tile providers that we could use that'll give us other things. It did, like, that blue color did look nice. I was trying to figure out how this library works. So, like, do we need to get access to the map itself? I don't think we do. So, in your example, yeah, you're trying to get a ref to the map. I don't know if I need it yet. I think the nice thing is, I will likely just be iterating over markers. Yeah, I don't think... Omar, can you give me one reason why I might need to access the internal map state? Trying to make it center, you can pan. Yeah, I think that's the other interesting thing, though, is you can set this to a state variable. So let's call this like current center, and then we have like current center, and set current center is use state like this, and then we could do a use effect. that has no dependencies and then just updates the location every 2 seconds. Math.random times 100, I guess? I don't know. So I do like that. So every 2 seconds, let's change the location of the map. 1, 2. Nice. 1, 2. 1, 2. I mean, math.random. Okay, so let's keep it within the US, I guess. Cool. Yeah, somebody did mention earlier that we could get Tailwind or T-Wind IntelliSense. I'll take a look at that as well. Yeah. What's up, Shivs? Shivs, welcome in. Yeah, glad to have you here. Thanks for dropping in. It's not updating, though. Oh, we did set timeout, not set interval. That's why. That's why. Let's do a set interval. Here we go. We're here. Now we're there. And then we're there. And then we're there. Yeah. So I think that should be good enough. So because it listens for state changes on these props, we should be good. So number array is not assignable to type lat long expression or undefined. Where did lat long expression come from? Oh, leaflet types. That's cool. Okay. But do I not have version 1.8 types? And does that break everything when I import from there? Welcome in, Sonny. We got a map. Yeah, look, it's full screen. Okay. Yeah, we don't need that. Did someone link? No, I was looking at that code. Oh, and these are the themes? Thank you. We'll pick a good theme. And this will give me Tailwind IntelliSense for T-Wind? Cool. Let's do it. I mean, it seems fine. It only has 2,000 installs, but it seems fine. So now, whenever we try to use Tailwind, we'll have like not. Well, I don't know if I have to do anything specific to get it working. Yeah, so for whatever reason, when I generated the Fresh app, it asked if I wanted to use this T-Wind thing, which is basically like a minimal version of Tailwind, I guess. But yeah, this might only do autocomplete if I'm directly doing it on the class name, which I'm not. I'm doing it inside this TW thing. But if I were to do class equals well, It doesn't matter. I'm not too worried about it right now. Let's pick a. Ooh, that's the one. Let's pick a nice map provider. I think that's the one, anyways. We're going full dark mode. There's a lot of different dark modes, but we'll go with the first one we saw. So we'll replace the tile layer with that. And now, nice. North Korea. Cool. We're in Preact, and so I'm told that in Preact we can just use class instead of class name. Let's look at the guide to be sure. You can just use class for CSS classes. Class name is still supported, but class is preferred. Cool. Cool. Maybe the autocomplete only works on class name? Possibly. I just don't get autocomplete. Yeah, and that's how I understand it, Creative Null. Thanks for saying that. So twin basically makes it so that only the classes that you're using get compiled into actual CSS that gets added to your page. Whereas I'm sure that there's a way to do that with Tailwind, but we're not just directly adding the Tailwind CSS to get all of those utilities. We're only pulling in the ones we need dynamically based on what we use. Yeah. Yeah, I just installed the official one. Look, I got this one. And then Twind is this little library that I was using. What is this one? Yeah, this is the main one. I probably should kill the interval. You're right. We showed that it worked. Thank you for the focus mode, Limotes. I think I also just need to take a step back and figure out what are we doing here, and what is the next thing we're going to work on. Because we honestly probably need to just do some design work, like decide what is the layout going to look like, what is the login flow going to look like, that kind of thing. And so we probably just need to take a step back and do that. We've demonstrated a working map, which is awesome. We have our OAuth flow, which is great. We still have other things to do, but yeah, we'll take a focus and decide what to do. Yeah, so we do get type definitions for those two things. Oh, that's unfortunate to hear, not Blue Beast, but just keep at it. Keep applying places. Yeah. Was it basically like a coding assessment they gave you before an interview, or was it during an interview? Cool, so this looks good. I'm going to commit here. Let's clean up the code base. I'm going to get rid of all of these other little islands that we don't actually need. I'm even going to delete these API endpoints. We're only going to add the ones that we actually need. Basic map. We'll pull those in later if we need them. For now, we'll put a .getKeep in there. If you didn't know, you can't commit an empty directory to a Git repo, but if you put any file in there, in this case .getKeep, then you can actually commit that file to the repo. Can I get type def for map and tile error where I get lat long expression? I don't think so, and the reason is lat long expression actually comes from Leaflet, the leaflet library itself. And then these other two types are new types created by this preact leaflet library. Yeah. So really, I am going to put these in my source maps. Let's put this over here. So we'll have leaflet, which is that, and then we'll have the preact leaflet TS. Make sure it still starts. Cool. And the map still loads. Great. I think we're good here. I'm going to commit this, and then we'll talk about what are we going to do next. Cool. Not Blueblee says, the problems weren't bad, just choked at the end. Couldn't figure out how the splice worked. Oh, that's unfortunate. Keep at it, though. Yeah, you could put, it doesn't have to be .getKeep. It could be it could be anything, but .getKeep is like the standard one. I've never used the T3 stack. All of the included technologies seem good, like Next and TRPC and Prisma. What are the squiggly lines under preact leaflet? Oh, this is my spell checker. We could add these words to my thing. Like Keasley is a thing. Twinned is a thing. So I basically just needed to add those to my dictionary so that it doesn't think that they're spelling errors. There we go. Cool. Oh, it's a good call out, Oscar. I'll leave a note of this. Create account when we deploy. I've never heard of this. Does it cost money? Do they have any free tile sets? Pricing. 2,500 map views a day. We should be good on the free tier. Cool. Thank you for that, Oscar. Nobody knows the difference between splice and splice. I always have to look it up. I always do. I never got around to trying Flutter. We got preoccupied with a bunch of other stuff. Yeah. Some things are imported past the slash. And Panda Lion, thank you very much for the 5 gifted. Much appreciated. Yeah. Okay, let's talk. Let's look at our to-do list. Let's just talk. Let's talk. So we did the replacement. We still need to upsert user into DB and figure out sessions and everything else. But we also have a proper map on the page, which is good. Now on to the hard stuff. Yeah, actually designing it. And then we're not doing that anymore. That was good to go. Awesome. No, it's not almost over. We're just getting started. I mean, sort of. we got Deno Grant working, and we got a map on the page. Yeah. Yeah, I'll absolutely accept a PR. If you want to fix some stuff up, happy to. Yeah. It's true, Acid Spark. We do need Google for most things. It's unfortunate. What's up, Minsick? It's been a while. Thanks for being here. If a company doesn't let me use Google on a take-home assessment, I don't want to work for them. It's true. It's true. I mean, a lot of times there are certain, like, they're testing against things that they think you should know and shouldn't have to look up, but the reality of things is, or the reality of the situation is, there are things that I should know that I have to look up all the time. So it's not the best test of my abilities, really. Yeah. Oh, someone used an AI to generate the logo. Yeah, welcome in, Pandalion. Appreciate you. Thanks for the support. What's up, Jkensation? Welcome in. Yeah, I mean, that's something we could do and talk about in design. So, like, one of the reasons why you would do this server-side rendering thing is, like, really fast page loads. The thing to think about, though, is, like, typically a map on a web page wouldn't be server-side rendered, because all of that has to happen on all that is activity on the client. Like, you could technically server-side rendered, like, an initial map view, but it's still, a lot of it is still just JavaScript, especially if you're using an external library. Why is all this complaining? Oh, because it's a nested folder. So we could structure our stuff so that anytime we are querying data, we actually create an API route for it, and then we use that API route in the rendered page. So when it loads within Fresh, those requests will typically happen on the back end, but we have the API routes available so that we can use them in, like, a mobile app. So maybe we will do it that way. Yeah. Yeah, Deno Grant is on Deno land now. What's up, Stony? Hi, Stony. Overflow overlay. Never used it. Do you think Google will let me use Google on a take-home assessment? Probably. Well, probably. We're not issuing this yet, but the main reason is, so a JSON Web Token, by default, has like a built-in expiration date, and that's the only time that JSON Web Token is no longer usable, unless you create infrastructure that allows you to revoke JSON Web Tokens. But that requires a lot of work, because now every time you're validating a token, you also need to look up to make sure that token hasn't been invalidated. And I don't want to deal with that. Basically, I'm going to issue a cookie. That cookie is just going to have the user ID inside of it, and then when a request is made to my backend, I'll look up that user based on the ID or the session ID. That's it. Code! What's up, Digital Flower? Welcome in. Yeah. Generating a map server side if it goes into a... Possibly, that'd be one way to do it, but I don't think... Does any map app do any server-side rendering like that? Yeah. I've done some, like, hybrid mobile apps. Okay, let's chat. Another possibility here is to design flows and layout. So some of the things we will need is, like, landing page, probably like a profile page, a specific list page or a spot list page, we have our spot list edit page, which is possibly different from the page that people view. Yeah. We're using Postgres. We're not using Mongo. Yeah, and I mean what we're up against is we're in uncharted territory here, because we're using Deno, which is a newer runtime, and we're using Fresh, which is a newer library. There are some libraries out there that do sessions, but the one I found uses JSON Web Tokens. And then there are some libraries for, like, signed cookies and stuff, but we'll likely just need to combine the signed cookies library with like a Redis store. Yeah. Oh, interesting. I've never heard of, like, a... Yeah, that makes sense. We're doing maps. Oh yeah, so the landing page, the sign up / sign in, though I don't think that's going to be a separate page. Like, I think it's just going to be a button on the landing page. Yeah. And I really think, like, I think we're also going to have, and we should have some sort of Nav Bar design. And, like, that Nav Bar changes based on where you are in the app. That will have sign up and sign in on it. It will have, like, user state, that kind of thing. The user's profile is kind of like a stretch. Right now, we really just need a place to edit a spot list and a place to view the spot list. And then the profile page would be like a list of all the lists that you've created. I guess we could call this just like a private profile page. Or like logged in. Like right now, this isn't social features. Like you can't view other people's profiles, but you need a way of viewing your own. And Cameron Coach, thank you very much for the Prime. Oh yeah, so let's take a step back and talk about what the app does. So this is an app where users can create and share a list of places to visit. So you'll be able to log in using OAuth. Right now it's just Discord, and then you can create, read, update, and delete lists. So a list will have multiple points of interest or POIs on it. So it could be a list of your favorite restaurants in a given city, and then you can add like a description of that list. And then in a description of each of the places that you add, and then finally you can share that list with someone. So this is the app, and Dev Unknown, thank you very much for the well, no. Yeah, thanks for the sub. I was like, I'm trying to read that. Thanks for the sub. So we're trying to right now we're talking about all the various pages we're gonna need. Can anyone think of other things we might need in the app? And I think what we'll do is just a very high-level flow of these pages and a high-level design. Like, we're not going to add colors or anything like that. It's just going to be layout. We're going to do design with boxes, and then we'll start to implement that. And Murdoch, that's a cool emo. You put the glasses on the on the grumpy CJ. Yeah, and I guess our landing page is just like has like a description of app. I think eventually it could have like recently created lists, probably recently updated, and then also like popular lists. But really, that's even like a stretch feature because we're not adding the social features in yet. Yeah. Nice. That's cool. So yeah, this is how you would server-side render a map if you really wanted to. But yeah. Subscribe with the $2.99 button. Favoriting places or bucket listing them? Yeah, I mean, I think that's what we would show on the landing page. But right now it's going to be super bare bones. Like, basically you can... I think even the thing is, even our landing page, I don't think our landing page will even have a map. Like, the landing page is literally just like a sign-in button. Yeah. Welcome in, Lord Super Astro. There's no telling how long this is going to take. This is our 5th stream, and at this point we haven't even worked on features yet. We really just worked on getting the app set up. And it's really because we're in uncharted territory. We're on the bleeding edge. We're using a library that's really new. We're using a runtime that's newer. Yeah. Cool. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, I think this is good. This is mainly what we need. Let's just design the pages one at a time and then go from there. That's the thing is, honestly, like when I initially set out, here's the thing. I could build this app with JavaScript and Mongo. And I mean, because those are the things that I really know, and maybe a little bit of feathers. I could probably finish that in 2 days. But that's all like known things. These are stuff I've used often. I know how to use, and they've been around for a while. At this point, we're just figuring a lot of stuff out. So, yeah, and I talk to you all a lot. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break, but when I come back, we'll get this thing in shape. So, and actually, what if we do? Let's deploy today as well. Let's say I want a landing page. Like these are my goals by the end of stream, and I'll probably be live for another 2 or 3 hours. But these are my goals by the end of stream. I want a landing page. I want Discord sign in that really works and like puts your user in the database, and then I want a spot creation page. These are the 3 things I want to get done today. These 3 things. Yeah. I mean, so that snake game was supposed to be 10 minutes. I think it ultimately turned into like 40 minutes. So it still was under an hour. And Ryan, thank you for the bits. I missed that. Thank you for the bits. May the odds be ever in your favor. Cool. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll leave you all with a video, but when we come back, this is what we're going to do. And we're going to just do very, very high-level design. Like, I don't even know what I'm going to use yet, but I'm basically going to draw boxes and just talk about what the page is going to look like, and then we'll actually implement it. Yeah. I'm pretty sure if I edit down that snake video, it's like an hour. Less than an hour. Yeah. Oh, wow, the She-Boss. Well, best of luck. I hope that coffee's good. I'm in the basement, and Panzer will not come down to the basement. So I can't show you him. Let's find a video for you. Oh, nice, Murdoch. Good luck on that laptop. Cool. You're going to get back into development. That's good to hear. Don't spend too much money. Just get one that will work just enough. I guess these days you probably want like 16 gigs of RAM. And that's going to cost. Oh, you know what? There was an older... yeah, we have these speed runs. This is an oldie but a goodie. Build a to-do app with Vue.js. This one is like from 2018, maybe? You can see me with my long hair. Yeah, April of 2018. This one is interesting because I don't even use a build tool. I just show how to add it to a page as like a CDN, which you can still do. You technically can still do that. Yeah. What CSS library am I usually using? Either I'm using something like Bootstrap, like this, or pretty often I've been using Bulma as well. But if I'm not using predefined styles like this, then I'm just writing my own styles, and I use Sass. Peace. But then it depends on where I'm using Sass, because if it's just like a regular plain old project then I'm going to have like a Sass folder with lots and lots of Sass files and stuff like that. But then I prefer SCSS. So yeah, the CSS style. But yeah, then you get into, well, if you're using React, do you use styled components? Do you use CSS and JS? And so typically, I actually will use CSS and JS. I have really unpopular opinions. I'll just say that. But I do like this because these can be right next to your component files, and welcome in, Worsty. Hi. You actually do get type completion here if you're using this with TypeScript, and the code style of these objects has to adhere to the code style of the rest of your JavaScript. So that's why I actually do like CSS and JS. I know a lot of people don't. But yeah, and then if I'm using Vue, then I just use the built-in, like I will use Sass with Vue, but Vue has a built-in way of doing CSS modules, and also a built-in way of doing scoped CSS. Yeah. Yeah, and then I've looked at Tailwind UI before. This is like pre-built Tailwind components, right? Do they have free ones? Yeah, and then so if I'm ever like hacking something together, Boot swatch is really nice because you can use all of the Bootstrap styles that you know, but you can pick another theme. So you can have a site that is using Bootstrap but like uses a different theme by default. Any one of these you can just swap out for Bootstrap and you instantly get their styles. There's also a Bulma strap, I think it's called. Bulma swatch. Yeah. Oh yeah, and then one thing I found recently, which I'm probably going to use a lot more, is this thing called Pico Css, which is, you could consider it like Bootstrap, but basically you don't have to specify any styles at all. It's really great for rapid prototyping. So you just add it to the page, and now your forms will look like this. You'll notice you don't have to add any CSS classes. This is really great for rapid prototyping, which I do a lot here on the Coding Garden. Yeah, it's 100% opinionated because you can't change it at all. I mean, technically you could download the Sass and then like start to modify it, but yeah. All right, I'm gonna leave you with this Code Kata speedrun, which is this is just me trying to solve stuff really fast, and then I'll be back when this video is over. 2, work on a landing page, get sign in fully working, and a page to create a spot. That's what we're gonna work on when we get back. Yeah. Okay, see you soon. Okay, my overlay isn't running. Just a second. This is it. Port 3008. Nice. Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. Welcome to this challenge video where I'm going to attempt to complete as many 7Q Code Wars Code Katas as possible within an 11-minute time limit. This is our break timer. We're just getting started. If you're sitting at home, you've been watching YouTube all day, just take a stretch. Take your hands off the keyboard. Prepare to write some code. So if you're new to the Code Wars website, the difficulty ranges from 8Q, which is very easy, all the way up to 1Q, which is very hard. We're going to be in the 7Q range, which is fairly easy, but a little bit harder than totally easy. Let's get started. I'm going to start with this one, which is alternate capitalization. Oh, and we'll start the timer now. So this says, given a string, capitalize the letters that occupy even indexes and odd indexes separately. The return as shown below. So index 0 will be considered even. So if it's an even index, it should be capitalized. If it's an odd index, it should be lowercased. So typically, if you tune into the Code Katas series on my channel, I solve them in multiple ways, and I try to solve them in a beginner-friendly style. However, I've already wasted 30 seconds, so we're going to power through it. So I'm going to do s.split. So I'm going to turn this string into an array. And then I'm going to map over each individual character. So let's call that C for character. And then we also have the index. and I can just check. So I can say if the index mod 2, so if the remainder of the division by 2 is equal to 0, then that means it's even. And in that case, we want to do c.2 uppercase. Otherwise, we do c.2 lowercase. And then we send that whole thing. We're going to join, because it's an array, we're going to join it back together, back to a string. And that should do it. I'm going to write it like this so it's a little bit easier to read. Let's see. Test. Failed. Expected. Oh! I see. We need to do it both ways. We need to do it both ways. We need to do it the first way and the second way. So, I mean, technically what I could do is, yeah, it's a nice error. So, great start. Technically, I need an array where the first one is that, and then the second one is the same thing, but with the opposite logic. So if the remainder is not equal to 0, then we flop it around. Yeah, look at that. Now, that took us 2 minutes. I could refactor this. In the real world, I would put this in a separate function, but that's all I'm going to do for now because we got to keep moving. So that did it. Great work, everyone. One down. One down. All right. Final submission. Let's go. Go. Please go. All right. Moving on. Next one is remove duplicate words. So this one says, your task is to remove all duplicate words from a string. Leave only single first word entries. So for example, alpha, beta, 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 gamma, delta, whatever. And then we end up with alpha, beta, gamma, delta. All right, let's go. Flip it, flop it, bop it, bip it. So what I want to do is I want to keep track of words that we have seen. And I'm going to put that into a set. A set is a nice data structure. It only has unique items inside of it, and we can check to see if a unique item is already in there. We're going to split this sentence into words by splitting it on a space. So when I split on a space, that turns the sentence into an array of words, and then we're going to look at each individual word. And actually, I'm just going to run a filter. So I'm going to filter over the words. And if we have not seen a word before, then it will show up in the resulting sentence. But if we have seen it before, it will not show up. So this is going to give us each individual word. And I will do like so. I'll say if seen.has the word, then we return false. Otherwise, we'll say seen.add, I think. I'll have to look up how it works with a set. So add the word and return true. And then we need to just join this whole thing back together on a space. Yeah, I think that would work too, Andrew. I like that solution. But let's look at a set on MDN. Is it add? Does anybody know? Is it set? Set.set? What's the method? Set.add. I did it right. Great work, everyone. And if I've done it right, yes. First try. Submit. Okay, let's keep going. All right, next one is called greet me. And this one says, write a method that takes one argument as a name and then greets that name, capitalized and ends with an exclamation point. So for example, we get in a name and we have to say hello name with exclamation. However, you'll notice that we have to lowercase it and uppercase the first word. So that's the tricky part of this problem. Let's try it. So let's just say proper name is going to be name.to lowercase. Actually, we'll do this. So I want to take the first letter, so name at bracket 0. That's going to give me the first letter in the name, and I want to uppercase it. So capitalize the first letter in the name, and then on the end of it, I'm going to take all of the rest of the name except for the first character. So I could do name.slice 1. So that will remove the first character from the string, return a new string, and then I want to lowercase it. Like that. So that should be the proper name. And then I just want to return, in this case I'm going to use a template function, so I can say hello proper name. Did I spell proper name right? Proper name? Like that. Test. So that worked for the basic test case. Does it work for everything? It does. So final submission. All right, we have 5 minutes left. We're doing pretty good. It's not so bad. All right, this one says it's called Predict Your Age. All right, my grandfather always predicted how old people would get, and right before he passed away, he revealed his secret. In honor of my grandfather's memory, we will write a function using his formula. So take a list of ages when each of your great-grandparents died. Multiply each number by itself. Add them all together. Take the square root of the result, divide by 2. That sounds like fun. And for those of you new to programming, this is kind of like, this is our algorithm. These are the steps that we need to take and implement. And basically, I need to take these human words and turn them into code. So I think I can do that. So we have the list of ages. And right now, they're just a bunch of arguments. There are 8 different ones. So I'm actually just going to put them into an array. I'm going to say ages equals an array with all those ages inside of it. So take the list of ages and then multiply each number by itself. So what I will do is I'll first do a map. So I'll say ages.map, and we need to take each age and return that age times itself. Okay, so age times age. Now this gives us a new array where all of the ages have been multiplied by themselves. Then we need to add them all together. So to add them together, I'll use a reduce. And a reduce lets you take all the things in an array and put it into a single item. So I'm going to reduce the array into the sum. And so that's going to give us each individual age. We want to return sum plus age, like that. So now we have the sum of all the ages. Take the square root of that result. So I'm going to do math.square root of this whole thing, and then divide that by 2. Now, if I've done it correctly... No! So expected 86 instead got 86.84037. So I think what we need to do is we need to take this whole result and then math.round it. Should round it down. Is that going to work? Math.round. Test. That's 87. We want to do math.floor because math.floor just drops the decimal. Yeah, Andrew has it. There we go. Nice. All right, we've got 3 minutes left. I think we're doing pretty good. Has anybody kept track? How many katas have we done? All right, next up is testing 1, 2, 3. This one says, your team is writing a fancy new text editor, and you've been tasked with implementing the line numbering. Write a function. Yeah, we've done 4. Thank you. Write a function that takes a list of strings and returns each line prepended by the correct number. The number starts at 1. The formatting is in string. Easy. So we have an array of strings. Each string needs to have the number in front of that string. We can do this. I believe in us. So we're going to say array.map. So this is another scenario where I would use map because we're taking an array of one thing and turning it into an array of another thing. So we're taking an array of strings and mapping each individual, let's call it line. And then we also have the index, and we'll just return a template string. So I'm going to say we need the I value plus 1, because that's going to be the line number, with a colon followed by the line itself, like that. And that, I think that should do it. Let's see. Yeah. Attempt. Submit. Submit. Please submit. Okay. We got about a minute left. Can we do one more? Here we go. Form the minimum. Given a list of digits, return the smallest number that could be formed from these digits, using the digits only once, ignoring duplicates. So we have an array. All right, I think so we only have a minute left, but I think what we need to do is we just need to do, we need to get the unique values and then sort them. So I'm going to put those values into a set, because a set will automatically only give us the unique ones. And then with those unique values, we're going to sort it. And when you sort, we need a comparison function, and that's just going to sort from... We want to sort from smallest to greatest, so I'll do A minus B, I think. And then we want to join that all together, because it's an array, and then we need to parse it into a number. So I'm just going to use the unary plus there. So let's see. There we go. 30 seconds left. All right. 20 seconds? Can we do round up to the next multiple of 5 in 20 seconds? Probably not. Give it an integer as input. Can you round it to the next, meaning 5? No. No, I can't. I give up. That's it. Thank you, everyone, for watching. If you like this kind of thing, tune in every Wednesday evening on Twitch, where I solve problems similar to this. We actually solve them in multiple ways. We solve them with for loops, with maps, with filters, reduce, all that good stuff. And we have a good time doing it. So hopefully join us there. Thank you to all the people that watched that were here doing this. There are currently a little over 100 people watching while we did that. And I appreciate you. So tune in. See you later. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. That's me with long hair. This is me now. All right, give me a second. I'll get this all set up, and we'll start writing some code. So, if you arrived here while I was gone, that was not me. That was past me. And what we're going to do right now is a little bit of design. I'm not going to call it design, though. It's more like layout. Yeah, that video was recorded with a webcam. Dang it. That. Okay. UI UX, yeah. Because I'm not like designing. I mean, honestly, we might do like some basic colors and stuff like that. But we are just deciding where things will go in the app and on the page, and what users will do as they use our app. So for this, I think I'm just going to use draw.io. It's going to be like super basic diagram. Like this. Let's hide the grid. And let's do some stuff. And I think really I'm just going to do with boxes, right? So first of all, this is, let's call this the home page. And I guess also I want the page to be like infinite. Custom. 4 feet by 4 feet. Go. Cool. And then I can grab some text. Nice. And let's use my favorite font, Futura. And we'll call this the landing page. And we will increase the font. Oh. So I haven't done code reviews recently. I want to bring it back. I used to. I used to do it on stream where I would review. People would call in through Discord. They'd share their screen, and then I'd review their code and give them suggestions and stuff like that. I just haven't done it in a very long time. But eventually. Just follow the channel, and I'll let you know when I do that again. Okay, so the landing page, I think we are going to have some sort of nav bar, though I don't even know if we need a nav bar on the landing page. So there's going to be a nav bar up there. It'll probably say fresh spots. And then we can have some body copy. Like this. Why don't I... this app is fine. This one seems fine. And actually, oh, you know what you can do? You can actually go to view, file, edit, preferences. Or, there's a way to make this look like Excalibur. can't ever find it in any of these. Theme, extras, theme, sketch. Oh, but it won't say it. Regardless, I'm going to leave it the way it is. Okay, so then I think I'll have a button that just says log in / sign up. Log in with Discord. I think that's really all we want. Boom, like that. We'll also have, see if there's like some lorem ipsum. Sorry about that. And I guess the camera is shaking. Give me a second. I gotta fix the camera. Under general, the fourth one. Yeah, I guess that does have lorem ipsum. That's probably fine. That's probably all we need. Because we're going to have like our tagline and then maybe some info describing the app. Probably like 20? Yeah, seems fine. Like, welcome to Fresh Spots or something like that. And I think that's it. Oh, we still have a logo? Oh yeah, this is good. This is good. So I think we'll use this as inspiration. But I still want to use like the Futura. Oh yeah, and let me update the title. Thank you, Omar. Okay. What's up, Loco? Welcome in. Yeah, we'll use that as inspiration. Now, I'm hesitating here because like this is very simple and I probably didn't even have to draw this out, but I think this is really all we want on our homepage, at least for now. Eventually when we have social features, we can show like popular lists and stuff like that. Oh, we got a raid? Did I miss it? Oh, Siki, thank you very much. Sorry I missed that. Welcome in, Raiders. What are you working on? New computer. Very good, very good. But you were stressed. Well, hopefully you're feeling all right. Welcome into the coding garden. Yeah. Oh, welcome in, Prime. Glad to have you. I think I had my sound turned down, and I think the other, yeah, like there's a whole issue with my sound alerts because right now I want it lower because the TTS is too loud. I need to lower the TTS, but yeah. But yeah, that's a good point, Vetzer. It's like, I think we will have like an example, but I think I'll write that. I'll have to come up with that body copy later. I'll basically be like, you can create a list of your favorite restaurants or a list of places to visit in your city, that kind of thing. I think we'll do that. Okay. Great. That's the landing page. Now we want, what does the user see after they just logged in? Here. So I'm using TypeScript with a JavaScript or TypeScript JavaScript runtime called Deno. So we want that there. That goes like that. We increase like that. So the person clicks login. That takes them to the profile page. Probably gonna have something like create a list, And then we have a list of lists, which is probably like a stack UI component, but I think I'll just do that with boxes. Like basically, this will be like top 10 restaurants. I'll draw a map with boxes. So it'll be something like this is here, and then probably this is like that, and then there's going to be like probably like an edit/view button. Though I think, like I mentioned earlier, the edit and the view page I think will be combined. So basically, if you created the list, then you'll see the ways to edit it. But if you're just viewing the list, you won't see, and you're not logged in, you won't see the ways to edit it. Yeah. Draw the US using shapes. Yeah, Figma probably would have been a good choice for this, but I'm trying to get used to some drawing tool, and this one's nice for various other things. So yeah. Okay. Basically, what we want is this is like a list of all the ones you've created before. Places to visit. Best pizza in NYC. Places to visit in Denver. Yeah, number of spots. I like that. It could be. We'll worry about the how fancy the UI is going to be, but for now it could just be like the number of spots in parentheses. Something like that. And I think all of these will likely just have. I think we will have a separate edit page, and that's different from the view page because we have this concept of published or not published. And so if something's not published yet, you want to be able to make changes to it. Well, no, that's different. That's different. I think published just means can the public see it? Yeah. I mean, there's more than that. This is just example. It's just example. And honestly, this is too much detail. Like really, I got a little carried away. It doesn't need to be this detailed for what we're doing right now. But yeah, I think that's another point is we could basically have a section for things that are draft. How do I want this to be, I guess I should have chosen rectangle. Yeah, my P.O. box is one place to visit. Yeah. Doesn't matter. I'm gonna just add myself a little note here. That's like published lists. Like this, it'll look like that. And we'll also have a section for draft lists. Something like that. And I think, honestly, I think create a list will be at the top because that's like the main thing you would want to do when you come to this profile page, possibly. Yeah, so we definitely want little icons next to these list items. Should we do something like visible? We got a nice little visible icon? Yeah, something like that. Or view. I think really this little icon can Can I change it to a solid? Wait. Seems fine. That's good enough for now. We'll come up with a better thing in the app itself, but I think this icon is really just like a button that will take you to view the list. But we probably also want one that's like share. So really, let's see if we have a share icon. I do like the idea of putting the button up here, but the other thing to think about is that's going to have the user's logged in state. Like that. I like 3 dots. View. Share. So I think there will be like a share button that loads like a dialog that just has where you can copy paste the sharing URL. And then we also want like a little edit icon. This is, like I said, this is super, super ugly right now, but it's just an example of what we're going to do. And I think we will have share, edit. Oh, you mean an ellipses on the title? No. I think for most cases, ellipses are like a bad UI. For most cases. Sometimes it doesn't matter, like the user doesn't need to see the whole title, but I want the user to see the whole title. So that's just going to be dynamic, and some of these list items might be taller than others based on that. Bet the site. Come on, Mark. I think that's all. I think we'll just have that for now. Put a marquee on it. Yeah. You can share it or you can edit it. And then when you go into edit, that's where you can change the visibility and stuff like that. Cool. Let's group it, copy it, paste it, put it in. Great. Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah, like I said, I'm okay with that button being there. Yeah, I feel the same way, David. Like, that's why I don't like ellipses in general. Like, I don't like the UI hiding things from me that I would want to see. Okay, so let's think about how the create list page is going to work, and then we'll start building this thing. Oh, we didn't get the nav bar. Yeah, I mean, this is another reason to use Figma, because we could have created little components out of these things and then like reuse them in the UI, but it's fine. It's fine. You want draft lists above published? Probably. This also could just be tabs. Let's do it as tabs. I think that's another UI pattern that I don't like, is like if it's on the same page and eventually a user has like 40 published lists, you have to scroll all the way down. So I think it does make sense to put it in a tab. Yeah, publish and draft. Yeah. So the idea with published is if someone goes to the link for that that list, they'll be able to see it if it's published. If it's a draft, when they go there, it'll say this is draft, and they won't show it. And then you can make a list private, but that just means that it doesn't show up on your profile. People can still view it by going to the link, but it doesn't show up on your profile if it is private. And I think we'll have a way to indicate if something is private there. Cool. So create a list. I think this is where we have the full screen map. Hey, look at that. Nice. That's all we needed. And this actually will, I think we'll have a some sort of search box. I guess I mean in my profile I probably care about draft. Yeah. I think the other the thing we could do is we could just save what you clicked on last. So if you clicked on draft, next time you go to this page, that's what you're going to see. I could see it. But both of the lists will look the same. But yeah, it does make sense that you want to see draft because those are the ones that you're working on. I think I'm just going to have an indicator of private. I don't think I'll put it in a separate section. We'll think about that when we get there. We're pretty far off from that. We don't even have a list in the database yet. Okay, so let's see if we can find anything for search. Yeah, a little search box. So we're designing this for desktop. Right now we're designing it for desktop. Because when you start to try and cram like a map editor and creator on mobile, things will get... honestly, we could design for mobile first. But basically all of the views we've created so far can work as mobile views. But what I was thinking is, like, you basically... Maybe we do it as a little sidebar. So maybe there's a little box that's collapsible. Well, let's do it as a rectangle so I can adjust width and height. I kind of like the idea of this box. So it's not a modal. It's a little like a side nav that allows you to do the searching. So like you do a search. That will come up with a list of places, and this will search like the Google Places API or like the Yelp API. I guess the other thing is, like, as you start to build things out, let's find a map pin. See what this will look like. So basically the user sees this. Let's say they put a spot on the map. I think at that point, once they put a spot on the map, yeah, there won't be a search. I don't think there'll be a search. You have to add this stuff manually. So you click on the map, or you click a spot on the map, and then this will pop up, and it's not a search bar. This is basically just like a an edit sidebar. I think there will be a way. I think what I'm going to work on first is just clicking on the map. I think eventually you will be able to search for a spot and then add it to the map. But I think MVP is like you just click on the map and then put your own info in. Yeah. Welcome in VR. Glad to have you here. OpenStreetMap has something like that. Oh, like an overlay thingy? Yeah. It's hard to put a pin on a specific address or building. Yeah. Is the mic popping into frame? How's that? Can we put a fab icon at the bottom right of the page? I guess that would make sense too. Like basically that says I want to add a place, and then yeah, I mean we could do something like this, where this is actually the address, and well, yeah, this is the address, and this gets loaded based on where you clicked on the map. And then you do have the ability to change this, and that could be a like a search box there. Well, yeah, let's see what OpenStreetMaps has. Oh, I've used this API before. This is actually a free API, which is nice because you don't have to have like an API key or like a quota like you would with Google Maps. But I don't know if it has like restaurants. No, see, that took me all the way to the United Kingdom. This has like major points of interest. Yeah, I mean those are some Thai restaurants, but that's like Thai restaurants in what, Japan? Like specifically, if I want to find Thai restaurants here, it's harder to do. I'm sure there's a way to send like a bounds to get results within a bounds, but we'll worry about the API later. Maybe we do this. There are like two little buttons down here. There's an add button. This one? Cool. Yeah, there's an add button, and then there's also a search button. And so depending on which one you click, like the add button basically just puts a point on the map that you can drag around. And then the search button pulls up the places search. How about that? We get the best of both worlds here. We'll probably use like fab buttons or something like that. To add a place, can't you just click on a place on the map? Like that's the tricky part, right? Is like, do we want to allow that? And like that's what I was thinking, is like you click on the map, that launches this dialogue. And then if you don't want to click, you can click search, which launches a search dialog. Did I spell the description right? That looks wrong. Cool. And I think the other thing we want is probably like the order. I didn't think about this, but we want what order this should show up in the list. Or do we want that? Nah. Let me look at my data model to see what else a spot has. Description, latitude, longitude. Actually, it doesn't anymore. I totally forgot. This is actually a geography point. We'll have to update that later on. But that's all it has. Adding Denver did the trick. So Thai restaurant, Denver. Oh. That one? That one? Cool. Cool. J-Star Thai isn't on there. That's one of my favorite Thai restaurants. PF chains. That doesn't show up either. So, yeah, I think that's why we would want to service like Google Maps places or Yelp or something like that. And it's good to hear, the Shivas. I'm glad you're getting some rain. We've had a ton of rain recently. A lot of places flooded. It's pretty bad. Garden. Denver Park. Yeah, there's also... Oh, that... That's Denver Park at the bottom of Africa. So yeah, like this search API isn't the best. It's not like as context aware, but it is free. It is free. Yeah. Location leaked. at the bottom of Africa. Yeah. Okay, so this actually can be a whole lot smaller, and I think like this is something that I don't know if we can do with the leaflet library that we brought in, because this one does not have or has not implemented the pop-up component. So, yeah. And Cobbs is asking, how do I get a footer to stick the bottom with Bulma? With CSS. I don't think Bulma has anything built in for that, so you would just need to use CSS. I know that's not a very good answer, but your question is more specific to the CSS layout of the page. Essentially, you probably want it as an absolute element or a fixed element, and then you want to set the z-index so it's on top of other things. But yeah. Pop-up is part of Marker? Oh, yeah. Support Ukraine. the developer of Leaflet, I believe, is from Ukraine as well. Pop-up. A pop-up bound to this layer is opened. Well, in other Leaflet libraries I've used, they have a specific pop-up component. We could look at how they're doing it. Because really, I think what we would need is in this library, they need to add a pop-up. But we could see how they implement the other things. And then try to implement it ourselves. Because they basically have just done the hard work of integrating the JavaScript library with Preact itself. I digress. Do you know what it's saying? Add 10 blank stars to rate the place? Yeah, it's interesting to think about, though, because you could be creating a list of places and rating them. We don't have that in the data model right now, though. Like, a spot doesn't have a rating. Eventually, with, like, social features, the list itself will have, like, a score of some kind, because people can favorite it. But right now, it's really just a general list of places. They're not necessarily rated in any way. Leaflet can use any map provider, but we are using it with OpenStreetMaps. Okay. I do like the idea. Yeah, I like what you're saying, Mark, is like, maybe we just don't do a pop-up and we keep it a sidebar. That actually could help with the UI, like, on mobile as well. So, like, this is just, like, an entire fly-out. Maybe we also have, like, a save button. 120 terrible places to eat. Yeah, or places you should avoid. We'll have a save, because that way you can click on it, edit it, and then when you're done, click save. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point, Mark. Is like basically if we have the list in the sidebar as well, and then when you click on it, that moves the map to that point. Wait. We'll add a cancel button too, but we'll call this like J star tie. there. And then Stubbins. I don't know if I don't know, maybe there's 2 B's in Stubbins. Stubbins? I think there's 1 B. Yeah, we have access to L. Yeah. Oh, nice, Mark Boots. Let's check it out. Yeah. I'm making it really hard on myself. I don't know. I wanted to get used to using draw.io because it can do some other things, and you also can create like your own libraries of images, which I like. I don't know. I already mentioned it. I should probably be using Figma for this, but it's fine. It's fine. Oh, cool. Yeah. And so this is kind of what I'm thinking. So basically, when you click on a spot, that will navigate to it in the UI, and then at the top of your sidebar is a place where you can edit that specific item. But yeah, this is basically, I'm thinking how it's going to work. Let me look at my list of places that I've eaten so I can add something else to this list. Oh, there's also, I don't know if it's Denver specific, but banchan, which is Korean fried chicken. Cool. And this will be something like current name, current description, and then maybe there's also something like this one, like has a different color, but it's based on the one that you're editing. And then it's like something like that. And then we can also have a cancel button, which will undo the changes. Yeah, well, imagine this on desktop, though. So on desktop, we're going to have a lot more real estate, because really the sidebar is only going to take up over here. If we're doing mobile, that's when we have to think about, like, how much space do we actually take up? And we might even do it so that it's a pop-up at the bottom of the page. So, like, the top half of the page is the map, the bottom half is, like, your editor and your list. But we're just gonna design for desktop right now. Cool. Let's add ourselves a note. Click map to add a spot. Editor appears in sidebar. Click a spot in the list to move map to that point, and set current in editor. It's also not the best idea to design a website in a square box. I know, look, I've made a lot of bad decisions, okay? I know it. I know I'm not using the right tool for the job right now, but that's fine, because I'm almost done. I'm just going to think about what happens when we click that search bar, and then we'll just design and build this thing. I know, I'm using a lot of bad things are happening. Cool. I'm glad we thought through this though, because this is a good layout. Click a spot in the list to move a map to that point and set current in editor. Yeah. Cool. Seems fine. Now, let's talk about what happens when someone clicks that search button. Like, I think you'll still see the list. So, like, this is basically if they... really, I mean, really, this doesn't need to be... as an overlay button. This can just be like a button. Oh no. Here-ish. But I don't want you to confuse this search button with the current place that you're editing. Maybe we will leave it as a UI button. Watch first design. Come on. And then this just, we just know that we're searching now. And then we'll have some search things here. And then when you click a search result, that goes back to a pre-populated editor with the name, description, and then the location of that thing. Right? Right? We're not going to build this today, so I think that's enough for now. Maybe add a zoom in and out button next to the search. Oh, sure. I mean, right now we get these buttons over here, but we can move these. Like, we can change these to be over here or something like that. I'll think through this design later, but basically, like, you click a spot in the list, that'll move the map to it, probably show you a little description, and then that will have like a plus button next to it, because if you want to add it, you can click it, and then that'll put it in the list down here. I think that's how we'll do that. Oh, I see, Oscar. Good point. But we can just add a marker with the component in state, so we shouldn't have to do that, I don't think. What's up, Alka? Welcome in. Glad to have you. Is that it? Let me look at my list of things I wanted to do. We have a landing page, sign in with Discord, and then a spot creation page. I think we're good. This is a spot list creation page. Seems fine. I can also drag a nice little arrow to that. Cool. Cool. This seems good to me. Let's make it happen. Let's work on the landing page. Also, we need a to-do for ourselves here. To-do. Use point type. Oh gosh. Okay, so we have our landing page right here. Right now, it's pulling in the map. We don't want that. We want it to have a button. We are using Tailwind. So what was that Tailwind library that has all of the pre-built components? Not Tailwind UI. There was another one we were looking at. Flowbyte, I think, might be it. Or maybe not. Is it Daisy? Hyper UI. Haven't heard of this one. Well, basically, I don't want to do my own CSS. So at this point, we're gonna do the thing like as if I was using Bootstrap, but we're not. We're using Tailwind. Oh no, I guess Daisy's not the one, because I would have to add it as a dependency. There's one where I can literally copy paste. The Tailwind classes. Like this one. this. No, this right here. There was another one we used last time though. It wasn't Daisy. Was it Flowbyte? I think it was Flowbyte. Yeah, because there's Florent. We saw him last time. Yes, this is what I want. Because now I want a default button like this. So right now our home page is taking up the full screen. I guess we also want a nav bar. Let's see if they have a nav bar. Yeah, that's what I like to see. Something like that. We're not really gonna have a drop down though. We just want general nav. So let's grab it. Boom, nav bar. And we should probably throw this into its own component. That's fine. All right, we don't want the button, and we don't want this list. We just want this, and it needs to say fresh spots. What's up, Mitch? Welcome in. Let's see what we got. We are building this. That didn't seem to work. Background white, border gray. Oh, I think Flowbyte is showing me dark mode anyways because I prefer dark mode. Yeah. Let's get a nice coding garden green color. Colors. Green. What's the closest to coding garden green? There it is, okay. 56 BC 58. It's gonna be this one. So we're in Preact. Preact is like a slightly, it's like React, but they have a thing where you don't have to use class name. Colors Emerald 400. Thanks, Alka. What's your command? Color. Oh, cool. Cool. Oh, technically I could customize the colors too. I don't want. I just want to use built-in stuff. So, how would I use colors emerald? BG emerald 400. So we have the base Tailwind library. I'm using Twind. So Twind is a library that lets us pull in Tailwind classes. This thing. Oh, I would have to get the color from Tailwind, not from Flowbyte. Does Tailwind have colors? Background color. Here we go. We're on our way. We have lime. Tailwind is the library that generated all of these utility classes. Twind allows us to only bring in the utility classes that we actually need. I like this one. BG Green 500. Oh, and then we have dark mode over here. I see. That's what was doing it, I think. Or not. Oh, I need to pass it into TW. Did nobody catch that? Wait, that's what I need to do. Because I'm using this TW thing. Yeah, there's your problem. Curly braces. Oh, okay. We're green. Let's go 600. I don't like it. I don't like it. Okay, then we have to do the same thing here. All right. Can I do this? Class equals curly brace TW tilde end of the line. Not quite. It's gonna mess up, but we're gonna do this one anyways. Tilde close curly brace. Hey, look at that. Look at that. Okay. We do want the color to be white, I think. Self-center, text extra large, font semi-bold, text white. Cool. All right. Oh, I can use BG with a specific hex value? And then what was the coding garden green? Sheesh, look at that. That's awesome. Okay, so T-Wind is doing work, right? Like something had to happen right here to make that work. Cool. Yeah. All right. What are we doing next? We want to bring in our logo. And Mark Boots has done the hard work of designing our logo here. Yeah, we didn't compromise the brand with an off-green color. Oh, is fresh spots part of the SVG too? I know it's a Tailwind feature, but Twind is interpreting this string and then adding the specific Tailwind class for me. So that's what I was saying there. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think it would make sense to create a config that has... Do I have a Tailwind config? Did they generate it with that? No, they didn't add it. I probably could, though. I'd have to look to see how we configure Twind. Setup with the config. This is probably where we would add like variables and stuff like that. But I'm just working with what they gave me. All right, let's just add a to do because we'll use this later. To do. Setup Tailwind config with theme colors. Mark Boots, are you still here? And is it possible that you could give me this? Well, actually, at this point, we don't want the pin to be green because the background is green. But can you give me this pin as an SVG without fresh spots in it? I guess I could just delete it, right? Yeah. And then this one is that. Cool. Then I guess, do we just want it to be, That can be white, and then this is black. Yeah, that's the winner. Okay. Now instead of an image, margin right 3. What's H? Height? But I'll just throw this right here. And I think I can just add a fill on the path, right? All right, let's see what we got. Nice. Why are there two? Did I not? I didn't get rid of the image. Oh yeah, because I kept the class names. I want to put these classes on this SVG as well. And then this will just link to the home page. Nice. Nice. Fill current color. Well, how do I set the current color if I did that? Regardless, this thing is too wide, and I think it's the view box. Yeah. Let's figure out how wide we actually want this SVG to be. 26, 27? A little bit bigger. 28. 32. Nice. Cool. I'm gonna stick with the font that this is using right now, which is font semi-bold. I don't think we have any other CSS that's setting our font, but I think I do eventually want to add a... no, that just adds font weight. Where's the font family come from? Body, inherit, HTML. It's being set already somewhere. Oh, I see. I would have to set color on one of these elements, and then I could inherit it. It's fine. It's only 3 elements. I'm okay with that for now. Where is this? Is this even happening anywhere? Oh, this might just be getting set by Tailwind, right? Default resets. I see. And then that's probably just getting injected by Twind, right? Yeah, there it is. It's an HTML style that's getting injected. We could probably override that in the config, right? But I'm not going to worry about that because I think eventually I do want to load a custom font. This font, which is called Glacial Indifference. It's like an open version of Futura. I want to load that font, but I don't know of it existing on like Google Fonts, so I'd have to manually add it myself. I'm gonna do that later though. We have ourselves a nav bar. Great. Let's add some text below the nav bar, and then probably extract this nav out into a component after that. But Say we have a main section. And really, I guess I do want this in a div because I want that wrapped. Do like an H3 with our tagline. Don't know what our tagline is yet. It'll look like that, and then below that we have a paragraph with some more text. What do we get? Cool. Cool. Somehow an H3 is the same size as a paragraph tag. Is that just a Tailwind thing? It resets the styles of even headers? Or is that like the Myers reset? The corners are rounded. You're right. I don't want that. Let me get rid of that. Rounded. Is it somebody else designed the logo? Did they take it from Spotify? What does the Spotify look like? It resets everything. Okay. Oh, look at that. I mean, I think this is meant to represent a list. It's fine though. I don't like it everything reset, but I guess that makes sense if you're meaning to add like specific text sizes to these elements. But yeah, so is there like a Tailwind typography plugin? Is that what you're saying? So we are using Twind. Does this have anything to do with typography? Twind/typography. A set of prose classes you can use to add beautiful typographic defaults to any vanilla HTML you don't control. But I control it. I don't need that. Yeah, I think at this point, like the Tailwind docs are what we need to get this stuff working. Twind is just allowing us to use them. Yeah, so I don't think I need prose. I want a header H3, so text or H3. Like that. Where did my app go? There it is. Wow, the text is bigger. And then this nav has some spacing. You see the spacing on the left here? Also, it looks like there's like a responsive class. Yeah, so when it gets to a certain size, that spacing goes away. So this PX4 is what it's using. I'm going to reuse these on the main element as well. Yeah, I'm on 12.5.1. Is that the latest? I just upgraded last night. Cool. And then we want some more padding Y on this one. Actually, I'll do the padding Y on both of these elements instead of on the whole container. Nice. It's great. All right, now we need a button and we're home free. Buttons. See you later, Aaron. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah. And have fun. Have fun out there. All right. We want ourselves a nice little default button. So that's going to go in a div, and we're going to like center it at some point. This will say log in with Discord. Where'd it go? Oh, I didn't add Tailwind. So at this point, I probably should just, like, if I'm gonna commit to using Tailwind, I should probably just set up Tailwind and use Tailwind rather than this TW thing. I don't like having to type curly braces every time I want to specify a class name, like this. But I honestly don't know how easy that would be to get Tailwind set up with Deno. If it's doing anything weird, or with Fresh specifically, because, yeah, I don't know. And maybe that's why they're using Twind, because the main integration library doesn't necessarily work with Deno. I don't know. But we're going to make this an anchor tag. With an href to auth Discord. And also, I'm going to pick a color that is complementary to my green color. Fresh with Tailwind. Let's check it out. Color. There we go. Yeah. So the reason things don't necessarily work with Deno is if they are dependent on like node.js specific things that Deno doesn't support yet, or if they're not written in the right module format. Deno wouldn't know what to do with them. Yeah. I mean, it's got 5 stars. I'll put it on the to-do list. I don't think I'm going to do it today. Coolers is down? Come on. But eventually, I think it makes sense to swap it out. All right, I want a complementary color to that green that's like purple-ish. Like, what's the Discord color? It's like a bluish purple. So this blue-gray could work. Cornflower blue? This one. This is the one. And we can use our newfound Tailwind knowledge to do that. And then now, look at that. That's a Discord button that matches our background. Though we have a hover. Yeah, and then when we hover, we'll just make it slightly darker. That didn't do that. I thought I could figure that out easily, but I can't. Okay. We want this one. Nice. Okay. Yeah, so I don't want the direct Discord color. I want a Discord-like color that fits my... I guess that would make sense, though, if we just use the Discord color, because any other provider we add, we probably want the button to be that color, and we want to add an icon. You convinced me. You convinced me. Is there a way to do color math? I think the Google color would be like red. You do it red? Because I don't know. That's just what came to mind. When we hover it, we're going to do this color for now. All right, that's definitely a Discord button. Look at that. Yeah, so let's fix the styling of the Discord button. So now I want this to be a flexbox. I want justify center and align center, probably. It would really help if my if I actually had a autocomplete for Tailwind, but for some reason it's not working. And then it'll have full width and some margin Y, something like that. Here we go. Nice. Nice. Cool. And then we can log in with Discord. Cool. Yeah, that makes sense, Tulul. I probably should just get it working. I don't know. How am I finding Tailwind? It's fine. So here's the thing. I have to learn it. Like, there's all of these in utility classes that I don't know yet, so I have to spend the time learning them. And for whatever reason, my VS Code extensions aren't working that would give me autocomplete. So it's an uphill battle right now. I will say though, like, it's not my style because I already know CSS, and I don't really want to have to learn a whole new thing. At the end of the day, like, I'm not having to relearn CSS concepts. I'm having to learn Tailwind specific utility names. Now, you could argue that they're named really well, and if I had autocomplete, it'd be really easy for me to figure out which classes I need and such. But yeah. Autocomplete would help because, yeah, even if I didn't know what I was looking for, because it's very similar to, like, searching the docs. Yeah. Okay. Let's find a nice background color like this. And right now, everything is... I'm basically doing dark mode by default. So if I did that, and then we just want text white everywhere. Nice. Nice. Yeah. Oh, I tried to load that earlier. Did it actually load? When did inline styles get back into fashion? I love that you're probably not trolling. I guess a genuine question you have. Since Tailwind came out. I mean, Tailwind got really popular probably a year and a half ago. And I will say, like, it makes sense when you're doing component development because all of this gets encapsulated into a component name. So that makes a lot of sense. If you're using some sort of, like, component library, which we are. We're using Preact, so... But yeah, these aren't inline styles. It's a library, a utility library called Tailwind. Should I try it? I'll try this background color. That's an interesting. Wait. An interesting thing to say, just in sense that Tailwind itself helped you learn CSS. I could see how the oh, I like this one better. That's good. Raisin black is what it's called. We'll probably use that orange for something. Use that red. It's a nice blue. Ooh, purple. Yeah. It's weird to call Tailwind opinionated, but sure, it might be opinionated about the defaults that are set. But other than that, it's just a bunch of utilities. Like, they don't really have any opinions beyond the name of the utilities. But yeah. Too many strong colors? I think the other thing is, like, we can use some of these, which are still complementary, but lesser. You need a Tailwind config. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Let's write a tagline, and then we'll get this. And honestly, I want to try and deploy. I want to try and deploy this this site here after we get it working, or after we get the tagline and everything. Cool. What is our tagline? Slogan maker? Share the freshest spots in town. I don't know. The freshest spots in town? Create and share lists of your favorite places. Honestly, that might be all. Now it's ugly though. I don't have enough text. Yeah, what's up, Ecoptic? I am 77 years old, surprisingly. Let's check out Slogan Maker, just for a good laugh real quick. Fresh. Nobody doesn't like fresh. Oh my goodness, it's a fresh. Fresh, the other white meat. It must be fresh. I tried it and got washing machines will live longer with fresh spots. Fresh, the smart choice. I think what we have is fine. The freshest spots in town. Fresh rocks. Get your fresh rocks. Did it say that? Fresh rocks. The freshiest spots. Honestly, do we even need a description? We can text center this tagline and then just have a login button. I'm gonna venture a guess and just call it text center. Nice. And then I want more padding. Seems fine. I'm happy with this. I'll make it to do. Too much? Now that's a website. To do. Feature list and call to action, I guess. It's something. Hey, this is it's a good place to start, I think, because up until now we have not had a UI at all. Cool. Just needs an image. Oh, didn't somebody open an issue? Here with the logo made by Midjourney. It's Deno on top of a map. Let's see what it looks like below here. We did get a map working. If you missed it though. Yeah, it's a Deno. Deno to the dinosaur. It's giant. I guess we do want main to have overflow scroll. Let's see if that works. Overflow Y scroll. But then we need to give it a height of 100%. So H full? Nice. Look at me. I can tailwind. I can tailwind all day. But we don't want 100%. We want height minus the height of the nav. This guy code. This guy writes tailwind. But see, so since I did 100%, it technically is. Can I do like height of 90%? Where's that cheat sheet that we brought up? This. Height. We're gonna get regular tailwind working eventually. Thanks, Talul. That's a pretty interesting way of doing things. Like this makes Tailwind a little bit more approachable to me because, like, if I want to set specific values, looks like I can do that in most scenarios. Yeah, that's what I want. So now that we can see the whole button. Cool. Let's make this image smaller. And thank you, Why Not a UK. I think Tool beat you to it. Okay. Class. TW. Can I do display block? Margin auto? Width 50%? So I got the width because I learned how to do that. Is it im auto? That would make sense. Nice. That's way too much CSS. All right, I'm happy with this. Let's try to deploy it. That's going to be a whole other endeavor. Let me commit this. We have a landing page. That's exciting. We're getting somewhere. Push that up. Now. We're doing it. It's happening. I want to look into Deno deploy. Deploy JavaScript globally. Let me log in here and see what this is going to take to deploy this fresh app. All right, I need a new project. Select a GitHub repository. I want to install Deno deploy on Coding Garden. Yeah, I feel the same way, Levantin. I mean, I think, so here's the thing, like, once you get used to Tailwind and you spend the time learning it, I feel like for the people doing that, they feel more productive. They feel like they can get more done once they've learned and used the library. I'm hesitating because I'm about to deploy this thing. It's about to be done. Automatic. And I think I want main. Oh, I guess the other issue here is I forgot that. Where do I want dev? I forgot that we need a database. So, actually, I want this to be dev. All right, let's see what's going to happen here. So I went to deno.dev. I hooked my GitHub account up. I clicked a new project. I then added the Coding Garden organization in the FreshSpots repo. I'm pointing it at dev.ts, which is the main file that gets this the whole app to spin up. And then I am going to need to add some environment variables. So I'll do that. I'm not going to do that now. I'm going to see if I can just do it. And then after it's done, I'll go in and add all the environment variables. Cool. So it actually deployed it. But it's probably broken right now. Yeah, deployment failed because my app literally crashes if there are no environment variables. So let's do it. I'm going to go ahead and add the variables now. That was awesome. So I just pointed it at a GitHub repo, and it deploys it on the edge. Okay. Oh yeah, if I look at, let me see if I look at logs, we can see it'll probably say. Cannot modify env vars during execution. That's weird. Yeah, .env is a thing, but specifically when you've deployed, you're not using a .env file. You're using and setting the environment variables in whatever way they expect it. So give me a second to set all this up. So we have base URL. I'm really glad that we got that domain. We actually got fresh-spots.deno.dev. That's awesome. I'm going to have to go create a database somewhere. I didn't even think about that. But that's fine. I think we're going to use Railway for that. Hopefully it's pretty easy to just spin up. And then we need a way of running our migration. Everything's going to break. Everything's going to break. Stop running the page. Can I just bring it down? Cool. What is this TL draw thing? Oh. Everyone, this is like a shared drawing space? What is happening? Thank you, Ludlard Lord. Appreciate you. Thanks for the... Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I need a database. So we're going to look into Railway because this is what was recommended to me, and it seems pretty cool. So let me get this going. Oh, someone shared the design and then you all are messing it up? Come on. Be nice. Who originally shared it? Oh, and then I missed this link earlier in Griffin. Oh, Deno on a map. Look at that. A sapling riding a dino on a map. Is this the same one? A seedling riding a dino on a map. Okay. Oh, Omar shared it, and then just people started messing with it. I see. Max number of concurrent connections. All right, this is Railway. Bring your code. We'll handle the rest. I think this is what I wanted. I want a database. And so you get $5 of credit free per month, and that handles this starter free tier thing. Isn't this start a new project? You can do it without an account? I want Postgres. It's gonna let me do this without an account? That's insane. How do they make any money? Oh my goodness. This is a new temporary project. It will be deleted in a day. Does that mean if one of you all go to this URL, you can claim it? Let me just make sure really quick. Yeah. Okay, so I should probably log in, because you are going to come claim this and delete all my tables and stuff. Great. Let me actually log in and claim this. Did somebody else claim it? Stop it. Okay, so now, if somebody goes here, it doesn't load. Nobody claimed it. It's mine. You can't have it. It's mine. All right. Let's look at our settings. I'm going to call this app Fresh Spots. Danger. Integrations. Tokens. Where do I get the connection URI? Let me see if I can find it. Okay, so I clicked into the Postgres thing. I'm going to click on connect, and then it gives me all of the info that I can use to connect. So I need to set this up as a though it's not showing me the password. How do I get the password? Oh, it'll copy it? Let's see. So I now have the connection info. I need to go back over to Deno deploy and then add all this stuff in. Oh, yeah, it copied the password. Don't show that. All right, I need a db password, environment variable. I need a db name environment variable. Yeah, no leaks on this for sure. I mean, I always can just go in and drop the database. It's not like it's anything too serious right now, but the database name is Railway. The database host is going to be this URL. Database username, Postgres. Interesting. And then the port is not the standard 5432. And I'm not going to tell you what it is. Cool. So that goes there. Cool. So I've got all of that. But I need to run migrations. So I need to figure out a way to run my migrations from Deno deploy. Or I could connect to the database locally, run the migrations. Yeah, I could just run them locally. I'm curious if Deno deploy has like a way of running tasks. I guess I'll just do it locally for now, just so I can get the tables created. Yeah. I don't think I've had any big leak. I've never leaked anything that I couldn't just reset later. Set up GitHub Actions and then run the migrations inside of the deploy. We'll put that on the to-do list. For right now, I just want to get this app working. Why do people put numbers in the chat? Oh, 8675309. That's a thing. Yeah, so I'm not going to set up actions today, but that would be good for a future stream, especially to just explore GitHub Actions. Okay. Let me try running these migrations. Okay, so I will show you that. Let me make sure I don't have the password showing anywhere. Cool. All right. Whoa, let me walk you through what I did. Okay, so first of all, Railway, amazing. Like the fact that you can spin up a thing and not even have an account and it works for 24 hours, that seems like it's ripe for abuse. But regardless, that's actually really cool because it's super seamless to get up and going. But I spun up a thing. I logged in with GitHub, good to go. Didn't even have to add a credit card. Got a Postgres database. It gave me a connection string. I put that connection info locally to run my migrations. You can see here that it's saying invalid peer certificate. So it did a non-encrypted connection. That's fine, I guess. There's probably a way to do it with TLS. But regardless, that created the tables, and then over here I can see all of the tables that I have. And it didn't even error out about geography or anything like that, because it actually enabled those PostGIS extensions and stuff like that. Yeah. Oh yeah, the power outage from Friday was just, there was bad weather in the neighborhood. It had been raining really hard all day, and it was only out for about an hour. Great. So database is good to go. What happens if I try to visit Deno now? Is it the latest one? Let's look at my logs. Yeah, so I'm getting this cannot modify env vars during execution. So there must be, let me show you this. So in Deno deploy, I'm getting this error. There must be something I'm doing in the code that it doesn't like. So let me try and fix that. Oh, so no, you get 200 hours free. I think if you add a credit card, you'll get 500 hours free or something like that. I'm going to look on the Deno Fresh repo, see if anybody has had this issue when deploying. It might be with an issue with how I'm loading the env. Yeah, so if there's a service that can manage my database and have things like automatic updates, or sorry, automatic backups and automatic updates and all of that stuff, I would much prefer to do that. Once you start trying to manage your own server, that's a lot more work. A lot more work. Because you have to make sure that the server itself is patched and all of that good stuff. Yes, but .env loads the environment variables. But yeah, that could be it. So basically, don't run .env if in production. So I could do like a Deno env thing. Wouldn't I be worried about all my data being on someone else's server? That is, yeah, one thing to consider for sure. But I think like if you're running a business, you kind of like that's just a business cost, and you go with a cloud provider that is well known and hasn't had issues like that. Typically, like whenever you're spinning up a managed database or something like that, typically the provider doesn't even have access to it. Like they have access to they're in control of the container, but they don't necessarily have like the database password and stuff like that. But yeah, that is something you would consider, but there are some reputable things out there. Yeah, so I think that's what I'll do, Omar, is in my file where I'm doing the .env thing, I should only do it if we are in production. If we're not in production, load the environment variables from the .env. That is fairly simple. Looks like this. So if the environment is not production, load the .env. So on Deno deploy, I'll set the environment to production so it won't run it. But what should be nice is when I push this to GitHub, it should auto-deploy. Before I do that, let me update my .env, or my environment variables on Deno deploy. So that Deno env is production. Cool. So I push the changes up. I think it will auto-detect those changes. Maybe. Oh, here it is, yeah. So 5 seconds ago, don't load .env in prod. Well, try again. I might need to look at the fresh docs on deploying, because right now I'm pointing it at this dev.ts file, and I probably need to point it to like a prod one. Yeah. My partner watches my stream sometimes. Sometimes she's modding as well, but other times she's busy and she does other things. But when I went to say hi to her during my break earlier, she was watching me. All right. Oh, I have so many tabs open, and I don't feel like finding the right one. So let's just look at this. Let's look at deploy to production. This is what I didn't read. Okay. As a final step, we'll deploy the demo site. Great. After creating a project, head to the Git tab. So I should point it at main.ts, not dev.ts. That's the issue. That's the issue. Okay. So over on Deno, settings, Git integration, this. I'm going to unlink it so that I can point it, because right now I'm pointing at dev.ts. This says I should point it at main.ts. Main branch, automatic, main.ts. Link it. Packaging complete. We are deployed. And now. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we're on the internet. Yeah. Yeah. And though right now, actually, if you try logging in with, okay, let me close all these extra tabs. Thank you, Fresh Docs. Sorry that I didn't read you sooner. Don't need that. This is cool. This is cool. Keep that open. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Don't need that. Don't need that. Yeah. So if you try to log in with Discord, it's going to redirect back to localhost. Yeah. See, so we have to fix that. It bothers you the login button is below the fold. I agree. We can put it on top. This is cool. Okay, so of all the things we did today, this might have actually been the coolest. Deno deploy, super seamless. Railway, super seamless. I am amazed. I'm amazed how easy we were able to just spin up a database and just spin up a backend here. Why not a UK? Thank you very much for the Prime. It says, might as well give you my Prime sub. Not sure how much you get. I get half. Appreciate it. Oh, I like that. Honestly, I don't know if I'm going to keep that dinosaur image there. Yeah, this guy deploys. Look how fast that page load is, though. That's Deno fresh. Boom, 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 boom. Like every single time. Boom, boom. Hard refresh. Okay, I guess technically it's serving from the cache. Let's look at our to-do list. At this point, I'm kind of lost. I forgot what we were even doing. Yeah, that was the cache. Okay. We have ourselves a nav bar. We have ourselves a landing page with sign up and log in or sign in. Nav bar doesn't have user state yet, and then we need to work on the actual spot page. But I'm tired. I think I'm done. We didn't even work on sessions or cookies. Yeah, and it is just HTML. That's a good point to make. Like, if you look at the rendered source, we're getting back HTML elements here. Like, this is for real server-side rendered. Yeah, next week we do more work. So here's the thing. I could at least. Yeah, I think. Do I even have a beer? But I could probably make a rum and coke. Here's what I could get working. I could get login working, and then I say that it's gonna take a while though, because I need to figure out like signed cookies. Because I could do it so that if you're logged in, the home page shows a map instead of showing this login page. It is 4:25 p.m. for me. So We still have to work on that user login, though. Yeah. Yeah, and then that's the other cool thing is inside of Railway, we could create a Redis, and that will be our session store. The issue is it's not straightforward because I have to do some research. I have to figure out what we are going to use for sessions. And Dan out, thank you very much for the Prime. And then I also have to update this file right here to actually do the database insertion. What is Redis in 99 seconds? It's like local storage, but in the cloud. It's key value store. Yeah. Say we have the rest of the night. I'm gonna take here's like I will do at least one more thing before I end stream. I need to go talk to my partner and see what her plans for tonight are. I will do one more thing, and it will probably be put the user in the database. But if I can stick around for longer, then we'll also do sessions and cookies. Please implement this. Thanks. Oh, put the button on top of the image. I like it. That's great, Alka. Thanks for sharing that. Partner equals fiance. Yeah. It's not Colorado talk. I would say it's... I don't know. I like the term partner because it's more descriptive of our relationship. We live together. We kind of do everything together. We depend on each other for things. She is my life partner. So yeah. Feels more like a business. I mean, we're in the business of being together. I don't know. All right, I'll be back in like 2 or 3 minutes. What am I making? You're in luck because now there's a URL that you can go to that actually doesn't do anything. But that's what I'm making. It's a joke. Don't implement. I mean, I'm not opposed to putting the button on top of an image, though. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and that's the other thing. So I mean, obviously, like you all know that my partner is a woman, but for certain people, it makes them really nervous at first when I say partner. They're like, wait, what do you mean by partner? Yeah. Okay, I'll be back in like 3 minutes. I'll leave you with some music. Like I said, when I come back, we absolutely will at least implement this. But depending on what I find out will determine if we do other things as well. So let's take a quick break. I'm just going to leave you with some music. And see. Hello? We're back. We got myself a rum and coke. It's Coding Garden After Dark. Hey, welcome in, everyone. Cheers. If you got one, drink it. Welcome in, August. Welcome in. Okay. If you're just joining us, we're about to work on some auth, so I'll show you the code. Yeah, go get yourselves a drink. I'll wait before I start writing code. I'm gonna explain what we're doing before we get back into it. So the plan for tonight is this right here. Oh yeah, and I plan to be live for at least another hour. So I'll be here for at least another hour, maybe an hour and a half. It'll probably turn into 2 hours, but hopefully no longer than 2 hours. But that's how much longer I'm going to be here. But you can check out this shirt over on the merch site. Wait, that's not it. They overrode my merch command. This is it. I need to fix that. The merch is there, and you can find the code shirt there. Okay. What are we doing? So right now, when a user attempts to log in, we log in with Discord like this, and then that redirects back to our app. And at this point, we have this profile information back from Discord. So we're calling their API, and we're getting that JSON data. But what we need to do is now we need to check, have we seen this user before? If we have, update their social profile info. If we haven't, insert them into the database. And we did this before with a different DB thing. So we're just gonna write it again. Yeah. Cheers. Cheers. No, I got things to do in about 2 hours, so we're only going to be here for about 2 hours. Yeah. Okay. So, at this point, we can use our DB, which we set up last time. I think it's just db/db.ts. Yeah. And then now, we have db. Select from. So the first thing we need to do is we need to check and see, have we seen this Discord user, this Discord profile before? And so we need to pull from our social profile table, and I got really excited because of the type completion. So this DB library that we set up knows about all of our tables, and specifically we want to query the social profile table. And we want to say where the provider ID, we should get some autocomplete here, is profile.id. I thought it was provider ID. Provider ID does not exist on type raw builder any. Let's remind ourselves how to even use. Oh no, we deleted the file. I was gonna say, how do we use this library? Let's look at the Keasley docs. So Keasley is the database query thing that we've been using. Select from. Oh, I think I have to do a select. Because right now I'm not selecting any. Here we go. No. It should be easy enough, because basically I'm not selecting any properties. But if I do select all, that gives me all of the properties. I think. Disaronno and Coke. Vodka and pineapple. Nice. Cheers, CM Griffin. Nice. Cheers. CM Griffin lemonade. And shouts out. I need to DM you, Sam Griffin. I want to know what your TwitchCon plans are, because I don't really know anybody else going, and maybe we can hang out. But I haven't bought my ticket yet. I don't know. I'll DM you. Modified Black Russian. Ooh. Okay. Can I not pass in an object? Why is this happening? I guess I don't really need that. I guess what I need is I want to select I really just need the provider ID. And then right here, I don't get provider ID, but I can also, I believe I can do it like this, like provider ID equals profile.id, like that. And then execute. Take first. And this gives us back a social profile. I think that's the way to go. And then we'll say, if that social profile exists, then we need to update it. Otherwise, we need to insert into user table and the social profile table. Like that. Let's just go ahead and update it. That should be easy enough. So we'll say await db dot do I want update table? Yeah, and that's fine with me. So social profile now is just an object that has, or should have, provider ID, and that's fine. That's all I needed it to have. I don't need all the other properties, because the properties that I'm going to use to update it all come from this. Yeah. So right now this is really just TypeScript, and then when we're working on front end stuff, that is Preact. All right. I don't want insert into. I guess, do I have to do a where and then an update? So select from social profile. Basically this whole thing. I'll probably extract it out. And then for update? Update queries. See the set method and the update table method. Oh, update. Okay, that's what we want. That's better. Okay. So we want db update table set, and then we can pass all this in. We can have username. User ID should be profile.id. And username should be profile.username. And then avatar URL will be the Discord avatar URL, which we just structured in this way. Like this. And so this should be profile.id and then profile.avatar. Like that. Not user ID, provider ID. But provider ID is already the same. We don't need to update it. I think the only thing we would need to update if a user is re-logging in with Discord is their username and their avatar URL. If we look specifically at our social profile table, this is all the info that we're holding about the user. Yeah, and so all of the autocomplete comes from the work that we set up last time. So every one of my tables, I have created an interface for it. So this is a TypeScript interface. And then I set up my main DB schema that specifies all of those tables. And then now when I'm using that DB thing to query, it knows about what properties I have access to. Cool. So if they already exist, update it. That should be good. Otherwise, we insert them. And then lastly, we need to issue a cookie. Okay, so now we insert into the user table. So we can say await db dot insert into. We want to insert into the user table the values. We're going to take the username from the profile that they're logging in with. Eventually, we'll have a page where they can update their username, but we're just going to default it to what the first thing they log in with. Good old TypeScript. Display underscore name is what we want. Okay. Cool. And then returning all. And then we want execute take first. So this is our user. Now what's this complaining about? Object literal may only specify known properties, and display main does not exist on a user. I thought it did. This is not. So this is TypeScript, not C++. Display name. Username is so it's okay if there are name collisions because we're doing the lookup based on the provider ID. So two users could have the same username. Ultimately, the profile that they're linked to links to a unique profile. So yeah, I'm okay with that. It really should let us do this. I'm missing an in the if part. Oh, you're totally right. Right, and in this case, I really just need an execute because I don't really even care about the return value. I just care about updating it in the database. Thank you. Let's really look at this error. Okay. Querying user. Display name string is missing the following properties from type ID. Oh. Let me make sure I'm also doing this right. Insert into values. That's what I want. Oh, is it expecting an array? Oh, created at and updated at. Okay. That's what we were missing, I think. Let's just try it really quick. I don't want to add this manually. But I think that's what it's complaining about. Cool. But there is a display name here. User table, users, DB specifies users. The default export is the type, which I believe is what we want. Though I think I do need to wrap this in generated, the created at and updated at. Rum and Coke is just a drink. This is crazy. Did I import this from the right spot? What's going on here? So DB. Oh, I think I want DB schema. What was my default export? No, db.getInstance. I'm baffled. Like, why can't I insert a value here? This is where I put TS ignore. Yeah, I want to do it proper though. I want it to work. What's up, Asizakate? Welcome in. Let's see how I was doing the insert before. Oh, I forgot. I'm gonna have to look at old code. History. Here. Values should just take an object. That's what I was seeing in their example. This is where we were doing an example insert. Insert into user values, returning all. This is what we did. Huh. Display name does not exist on type read-only insert object db schema user. And thanks for the hydrate, Ingrid. So we're not doing anything weird. The code is the same as we had it before. And if we look at the Keasley docs, it accepts an object. It also accepts an array of objects. So if you do either, this sucks. Like, display name string is missing the following properties from type. You know what? You're probably right. Like, I've been struggling with this. Let's just reload the window. And also, wait. Yeah, I need to make sure that I'm in the app folder because all of my code is in the app folder, and if I don't load VS Code in the app folder, it doesn't know how to pick up all my types and stuff like that. So maybe that was the issue. Oh. If we take a look at Keasley, oof, we didn't specify a version. Did they have a new version release? Give me your GitHub. They last pushed 9 days ago. Yeah, I know rum and coke is still I just want people to know that I'm tipsy. I am not level-headed right now. Okay, how do I grab a specific version from ESM? I'm just gonna change that while we're here. Yeah. Cheers, in Griffin. So clear right here at 0. Oh, that's wrong. There we go. So that grabs a specific version. Now Deno should, yeah, it'll re-pull it. And, well, accidentally closed it, but do we get better types now? Just hoping. Like, I really hope I'm just not doing something completely stupid. Like, the code that I copy-pasted was exactly the same as this, and we had type completion last time. Yeah, here's what I'm gonna. I have a feeling that like it doesn't like the name of the table. I don't know why that didn't happen before, but let's call this users. Let me also look at the Keasley docs that, like, in that I'm exporting them in the right way. So in each of these tables, I've defined the interface that describes the table, but the thing that I'm exporting is actually the selectable type, which comes from Keasley. It would be a hard error to Google. I mean, we could look at the Keasley issues to see if anything has popped up. I just have a feeling I've done something wrong with my models. So let me try and make sure I get that right. So we have an interface, and then you can extract the select, insert, and update interfaces like this if you want, but you don't need to. That is where I think I messed up. I think I'm exporting the wrong thing. Because in this case, they just define the interfaces, and then they put them right there. Why did I need this selectable thing? I looked at the code that worked, and it's the same. It's the same as what I'm trying to do, which is why I'm baffled. But I think this is it. So here's the test. Over here, we import a user table, and then we use that right here instead. And we call it user, not users. And then over here, we call it user, and then the type error is fixed. So why does this selectable type even exist? I think I maybe got this from Omar. Are you still here, Omar? Because you helped me out with this. Who? Not me. Hi. No. I mean, I'm not mad at you. I'm just curious, like, where that came from. Because if you look at all of my table definitions, I was exporting this selectable thing. But I guess technically I don't even need that selectable thing. That's the issue. Selectable, insertable, updatable. But you don't need to. Me hablo inglés. Or me no hablo inglés. All right, we're just gonna update. We're gonna update all of our things. We're gonna get rid of that selectable for now, and just pretend like it never happened. users have, yeah, we set that up. We don't need that to do anymore. Spot list table. We don't need this. We set this as default. Oh yeah, and we look at that to do use Zod. So this is the other interesting thing. If we combine Zod with this, because we can use Zod to define like our base interface, but then we can use the Zod validator in like inserts and updates, which will be great. We don't need that right now because it's super simple inserts and updates. Cool. So we updated all of those. Now over here, things are broken. And I'm going to call this the user table, social profile table, spot list table, spot table. There we go. Okay. It took me forever to debug, but we got there. Everyone take a drink. That is true, Octavius. I didn't think about that, but we could essentially create like a read-only type. Or it's like a read-only table or like a lookup table. Yeah, because I think the table itself is like it's like a union type of selectable, insertable, updatable, and deletable probably. So yeah. Okay, here we are. So we've inserted the user if we haven't seen them before. We also need to insert into the social profile table. And that'll look similar. So we're going to insert into social profile the values, provider type, in this case, Discord. Provider ID, which is profile.id, username, which is profile.username, and avatar, which is get Discord avatar with their profile. And then we're going to make this a function. This comes from here. This returns this. And then this returns this, like that. Beautiful. Why is this complaining? Has no exported member Discord profile? Oh, my library doesn't export those interfaces. That's fine. We'll just add another map to it. Deno grant slash goes here. Source slash. Like that. And so now I can do Deno grant slash interfaces, I think. Slash prof. I don't know. Like that. Deno Groton. Deno grant interfaces. Cool. Cool. So we have that. What are we missing? Provider type. Can I do toString on this? Cool. Let's just look at our table definition to make sure we're doing everything. Provider type, provider ID, username, avatar URL, user ID is the last thing we need. And user ID comes from the user that was just inserted into the database. So this should be user.id, like that. And really, we need to wrap this whole thing in a if the user got created and there was no error, then we insert the social profile. And this can just be user.id. Can you toString an enum value? I see. We created our own enum. So I think we can just cast it. Like that. Right? There's no toString in an enum. Let's do that. Okay. What are we dealing with now? User ID does not exist in a read-only social profile. Disagree. I wholeheartedly disagree. Right there. Avatar does not exist on type? Is this another thing we did bad? So this is exporting social profile table. It extends base table. Well, no, so we did the same thing with user, I thought, so that should be all right. ID gets generated by the database, so I shouldn't have to specify that. Oh, it is avatar URL. That's what it is. Man, watch this fix it. Oh. Sorry. So this is my one complaint about TypeScript. Like, the errors are really hard to read. Really hard to read. It's telling me these other things, but that's really what it meant. Okay. And then now we need to import this. It doesn't know how to auto import it. That's fine. Import provider type from @/inter schema constants provider type. Convert the expression to unknown first. That's fine. Honestly, I don't have to do that. I know we're specifically working with Discord, so I can do Discord right there. Yeah. I argue that a hard-to-read error that tells you something is wrong is better than nothing. Sure, but it led me on like a wild goose chase because like it's trying to be helpful, but it wasn't helpful in the right way. I don't know. Okay. So that gives us back our social profile. One thing we want to do now is we want to wrap this in a transaction. Because if inserting a social profile fails, we technically just want to remove that user. Yeah. I do this full time, yeah. I mean, sort of. I mean, I'm figuring out ways of making a living right now. And I don't have a job. So, sure, I do this full time. We need a transaction. Transaction. Should create one instance of Keysly. This example assumes your database has person and get. Wait, person and pet. Okay. Okay. Yeah, and so we tried using an ORM. That's why we switched to this, which is a query builder. It's a bit lower level than an ORM. Well, thank you, Ivo, and thanks for being here. But I am having to figure out how to use it. For the most part, I've had a good time with it. Anything that went wrong was my fault, not the library's fault. So this has transaction, but it's not showing me how to do it. Does this happen by default? Oh, there's a begin transaction on the Postgres driver. DB settings, commit transaction. Oh, show. DB dot it's on the static class, and then it accepts the connection as an argument. Creates a transaction builder. Oh, here's an example. Okay, transaction.execute. Oh, very nice. It's unfortunate that I didn't get that I couldn't find that in the docs, but yeah, this is it. So db.transaction, and then we do execute. That gives us the TRX thingy. So db.transaction.execute a bunch, and then we have the return. Cool, so this needs to be async. And then we can do all this stuff. This is the Garden of Code. Welcome in. Yeah. Did you find it, Omar? We found it. So the Cool Pants and Beltez helped out, but the TypeScript documentation got us there as well. And so now instead of DB, I do TRX, because that will wrap them all into one transaction. Cool. Now, if the social profile got inserted, we are good to go. I guess I'm going to return an object that has the user and the social profile on it. Like that. Otherwise, return null. And then this whole transaction should give us back a result. So a transaction groups multiple database queries together. So basically, if one of them fails, they all get rolled back. And in this scenario, let's say we insert into the user database, works just fine, but for whatever reason, when we tried to insert into social profile, if that failed, because this isn't a transaction, it would also roll back the user insert. Yeah, it rolls back if either one of them, well, if that promise throws an exception, then it's going to roll them back. Yeah, thanks for this, Omar. TRX. That's what we want. Cool. And that returns what the whole thing resolved. So it should do what I'm expecting. Exclamation mark theme will get you the theme. Cool. So that does all the business. And then we can say if result.social profile and result.user. No, really, if it's result, if it's not null, because I'm returning null if either of these fail. Right? Cool. So really, if the result happened, then we can issue a cookie because we just inserted them into our database. Let me just do some logging and then we'll test it. So we'll say updating existing profile. Otherwise, we are inserting user. And then when we get down here, inserted user. Okay. App's running. We can go here. We can click login. Authorize. Look at our logs. Inserting user. Inserted this user and this social profile. Good to go. Good to go. We need a better page instead of just showing the JSON data, but it should be in the database because now, if we try logging in again, it should say updating user. Updating existing profile. First try. First try. Cheers, everyone. We did it. We've done it. Now, did I handle all scenarios? I think so. At this point, we really just need a cookie. And we basically re-implemented the code that we wrote last time. Last time, we ran into an issue where transactions were broken altogether. So that's good. Should bring rum every time, yeah. Let's do this though. Let's say throw new error. Nope. We should see the transaction rolled back. Else error, no update. Limotes, are you still here? You reminded me, or you found how we can do logging in the database library. Oatmeal scotch. Interesting for your cookie. We're gonna issue some plain old cookies. Do you remember what that setting was for getting the DB to log? Or do you remember where you found it? Okay, I'll try to find it. No worries. I'll try to find it. Debug? Log. Log config. Seriously? Log query error. Do I just put that on the driver? Yes. What's up, Aiku? Welcome in. Or to put that on the DB. Yeah, that's it. Cool. So now, any database queries that happen, we should see in the console. Thank you for that, Limos. That was tricky to find. Okay, so now it should fail because I'm throwing that error. When we do the insert, it throws the error. We still get redirected back because technically it worked, but let's see. Oh, I'm connected to my production database right now. I totally forgot. I should have fixed that. Okay, regardless. Updating existing profile. Oh, yeah, that's not going to error out because I'm throwing the error in the insert. I should throw the error. Let's check out Railway. Does Railway have a way of interacting with my data? This one. Delete. Delete. Cool. Try again. Oh, and by the way, so I'm pretty sure because we did on delete cascade, if I go into social profile, that got deleted too. Yeah. So, okay, so we should see it now. This should fail. Nope. And then query rollback. So it rolled back the query when it failed. Great. Great. Though I didn't realize. I guess that makes sense because I'm actually awaiting it, and I'm throwing the error, and then this doesn't have a try catch. So technically, I should wrap kind of this whole thing in a try catch. But let's get rid of these logs. Yeah, and then now instead of responding with JSON, we actually should just redirect to config up to the home page. But if we set the cookie here, the home page should detect that and only show the map. Okay. Let's look at our to-do list. We are inserting the user now, which is good. Upsert user into DB. Great. Now comes the cookie part. I think Deno has a built-in way of doing cookies. Let's research that. Modules. Cookie? Cookies? Cookie parser. These are all userland libraries. None of this is in the standard library. Encrypted cookie store or signed cookie store is probably what we want. Okay, there we go. It's in the standard library. Great. Is this a cookie parser? Get cookies. Parses cookies of a header. Set the cookie header properly in headers. Right here, can we do response dot set cookie? I guess we could set a specific header in the response. Like, I think this, something like this. I'm gonna search Deno Fresh. Like, I'm gonna search their GitHub to see if anybody has talked about it. Yeah, I mean, I could just manually do set cookie, but I want to see if there's like a built-in way of doing it. With request and response header and routes middleware. I use this exact approach of root middleware and the standard library for reading and writing the cookie. Okay. Yeah, so they specifically are setting the cookie. What are cookies called? Set cookie with response.headers. I like this. This seems good enough. And this is Fresh Workshop. These are like examples with Fresh, I'm guessing. But this is what we want, and we'll have to pull in that cookie library for it. What's locale? Oh, they're just... Okay, never mind. We don't want that. We want something like ID and then... yeah, ID. So if result, we'll say ID equals user.id. For now. I'm just going to do like something super silly to just get it working. And then we'll worry about like encrypted cookies and stuff like that. So by default, we'll just say ID is nothing. Yeah, and if we wanted to be nicer about this, we could add like a cookies method, but really I just want to pull set cookie from the standard library cookies. Yeah. So right here, I'm going to pull this into my module map as cookie, and we specifically want set cookie. And then over here in my import map, we'll call this cookie. Like that. So then it's going to set the cookie if the ID was set. Oh, name, ID, value, ID, like that. Like that. And then this, we need to toString it because it is a number. Like that. Is this a 301? What kind of a what status code redirect would this be? We're redirecting the user after login. I love how TypeScript is basically write JavaScript and fix the errors. Yeah. Redirect after login status code. 302 is a permanent redirect, right? Or 301 is. Temporary is 302. So it should be temporary because like if you do have an invalid login, then it's not permanent. 303 is see other. Tells the client that a resource is temporarily available at a different location. 307 is a temporary redirect. Instructs the client to repeat the request with another URL. I probably just want a 302. That's probably all I want. Okay, so that's going to redirect to the home page, and hopefully it sets a cookie called ID. We can see in my browser if that cookie actually gets set. Let's see. Cool. And if we look here in application, not application, storage. Steal that cookie. Look at that. There it is. There it is. We're setting a cookie. Great. Great. 302 found would be appropriate. Cool. So this is awesome. We want some other settings though. So we definitely want to set it to HTTP only, and we want it to be encrypted. Because right now, if we were parsing this cookie on our backend, people could just send us fake cookies. They could send us a cookie with ID 2, and then I would just think that they are me. So we need to encrypt this cookie, and set some other options. Let's see if we have like the HTTP only option. Headers, cookie. HTTP only, yes. Do we have secure? So secure would be only send this cookie if we're on HTTPS. So really, I want this to look at if the environment is equal to production, then yes, only allow this cookie on HTTPS. But locally, I'm not running HTTPS, so secure will be false. And then, can I set the path to slash to the home page? Yeah, path to slash. This is what I want. But okay. Honestly, this is new to me. Could I literally just encrypt this value right here and then decrypt it on the server side? Is that how signed cookies work? Or is there something specific about a signed cookie? Does anyone know? Like, could I literally just like crypto sign this with a key, and then I would have a middleware that decrypts it using that same key? Is that a signed cookie? Have I just invented signed cookies? I've only ever used like a middleware in a library for it. It has a signature. Okay. I've only ever used a library, so I don't know like the mechanics of it. Thoroughly confused. Is there like a signed cookie specification? Creating cookies. Defining the lifetime of a cookie. Oh, that's something we should set too. Like, we should set the login to expire after expires. Do I specify a day? Oh. So right now, plus 10 minutes or something? Or I mean, like 24 hours? I won't set it to expire for now. Because I probably want to add like a date library so I could easily do some date math. Restrict access to cookies. Define where cookies are set. Same site should be set to true. Strict. Lax or none. The same site attribute lets servers specify whether or when cookies are sent with cross-site requests. I don't want them sent with cross-site requests because then we'd be vulnerable to cross-site request forgery. With strict, the cookie is only sent to the site where it originated. Lax is similar, except the cookies are sent when the user navigates to the cookie's origin site. I think I want strict. We'll see. Is there a max age? Oh, and then what is this? A number. Max age, is this in days? Or hours? I don't think there's not signed. Like, that's something that you just kind of get for free with the Express middleware or the Cookie Express middleware that I'm used to. Max age is in minutes. Let's find that on this page too. It's only listed once. We have two conflicting answers. Someone says it's seconds. Someone says it's minutes. We could test it. A signed cookie is name.signature, where the signature is the value of the cookie hashed with a key, and the value of the cookie is at name in the cookies. You can choose to encrypt the actual cookie value. I see. Can you link to me to where you read about that? So basically, we would set two cookies. We would set one cookie with the ID, and then one cookie with ID.signature. Okay, I need to look up max age. Indicates a number of seconds until the cookie expires. Cool. Seconds. So 1 minute. 1 hour. 1 day. You looked at this looking at the signature for here. Okay, that's probably where I was gonna go next. Is just like source diving to see like Express cookie does it. Oh, it does name dot signature value. I see. Cookie dot sign. Can I use this? We could use the built-in crypto library instead of like node crypto. If I could find a library like this from Deno, I'll just use that. Because this basically will let us sign the cookie value, and then we can just put that signed value right here instead of the unsigned value. And then we'll verify the signature in a middleware. We could do something like that, Sunny. For now, I'm just going to say, I'll put it to do. Like, expire this sooner and refresh on request. Cookie parser uses cookie signature. Cool. Honestly, like we could it'd be really easy, I feel like, to just use this library in Deno. I think there's something that would polyfill the crypto module to use the built-in crypto. Let's look on Deno land to see if anybody's done it. Thank you, Odd, and thanks for being here. Cookie. Signed cookie store. Encrypted cookie store. Deno cookie parser. That is all. That's all the Deno modules that have the word cookie in them. A partial implementation of the cookie store API. This is a lot. What does it do? It also does a Encrypted cookie store. Let's see how this one works. It's from the same library creator. It's just doing so much more than that other library. And then we probably don't need this because we have the built-in like get cookie thing, I believe, right? Yeah. Yeah, so we're working with Deno and TypeScript, similar to Node.js, but it's a whole different ecosystem. I'm curious, does this exist on like ESM? Maybe. Let's try it. So let's just do import cookie signature from that. Is there an online Deno repo, or do you just mean locally? Locally? Deno. Oh! Alright, so now we can just do this right here. Not implemented, crypto.hmac. That's unfortunate. So I think what's happening is it is attempting to call the built-in crypto library, like from the standard library, but then that's saying that this doesn't implement HMAC. Yeah. Well, welcome in, Flagon. Glad to have you. So it's like this hasn't been implemented yet. I mean, yeah, you can see that. So inside of the Deno standard library is a node standard library, and this tries to be like the interop between code running that is trying to run against Node.js, but apparently they haven't implemented HMAC yet. I think that's the error that we're running into here. Like the node library in here for crypto has not implemented HMAC. Yeah, we can implement it. That's not like, and so I mean, I can't believe I didn't even talk about this on stream today. But there was recent news of, or not news. There was a recent like press release from Deno that talked about it like within the next 3 months, wanting to support like 80 to 90% of Node.js packages. But let's see. Let's actually look at how they did crypto here. And then HMAC. Create HMAC. Does a new HMAC. So yeah, I might. Oh yeah. So that's the thing. I might just write my own signing function. They are, no, that's exporting it. They're importing HMAC from internal crypto hash. Do we have an internal? Oh no, within Node. So Node, internal, crypto, hash. And I'm guessing when we see HMAC in here, it's going to be like not implemented. Yeah, not implemented. So that's basically, if you wanted to contribute to Deno, you could go in here and actually implement the constructor for HMAC. Okay. Yeah, I saw this one. I just don't know how to use it. Like, I didn't see any examples. So how do I use? I guess I can I'll look at their tests. Request cookie store. Do I want to request cookie store? I guess that's like the cookie parser, isn't it? And then I create a signed cookie store. Is my cam desync? It might be that like OBS slows down every now and then I lose frames. It might be because I'm a little tipsy, but like I can't really understand how I'd use this. I create a store, and then does it have a way of signing cookies? I don't think it has a way of signing cookies. This is just a way of reading signed cookies. I think they have a separate library for writing signed cookies. This one? Oh, you're right. You're totally right. Set foo with the value bar. Yeah, you're totally right. Rum and Coke. No, that's just me drinking rum and Coke. So I guess this is what I want. I would create the derived crypto key here. And then create the store. And then set them. I still can't logic through how I would use it in like middleware and stuff. So, I mean, my mental model is here. Like, I have a signed method and I have an unsigned method. So if I had this library, I would write a middleware that uses the unsigned method to basically decrypt or to verify the signature of the cookies. And then I would use this to set the cookie specifically. Whereas this, there's a lot of other stuff going on. Send line 101 in here. Yeah, so there is a sign method. It is a private method, though. I think that's because I have to create the store and then just do a set. And then under the hood, that does the signing. Yeah, like that. Okay. I guess I'll use this library. Getting hungry after all these cookies. What's the difference between a signed cookie and an encrypted cookie? I always thought they were the same thing. Top tier testing. I don't know. just make sure that the library exists. Don't actually test any of the functionality. A signed cookie is a separate key value pair in the cookie. Okay. Cool. We are going to try to use signed cookie store. Mainly because, like, I shouldn't just go reinventing everything, but honestly, I want to recreate this for Deno, is what I want. Yeah, there's some JSON Web Token packages, but we're not trying to use that because this is all, at least right now, it's all server-side rendered. No need for tokens or anything. We can, all the requests are coming from the same front end to the same back end, so we can just use cookies. Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. All I have to do is implement this method using built-in crypto. And that's fine, Alka. You use all the JSON Web Tokens you want. Just don't do it on stream because people will get onto you for it. Encrypted cookie is not readable in the front end. That makes sense. I like that. And like we can see how it's setting, or at least we saw it in here. So it's setting the cookie to have like this signature value, meaning the first part of it actually is readable by the client. Yeah. That makes sense, Alka. Okay. You all tell me what to do. Should I just implement? So basically, I just have to implement these two functions. Implement them, done. Otherwise, add this library and then figure out how to get it working with my requests and responses. What should I do? How do I keep myself motivated? I don't have a good answer for that. Right now, stream motivates me. Being around people motivates me. Path of least resistance. Yeah. All right, let's do a little research. If we look at the crypto module, let's see if we have an example of how to do a SHA-256 HMAC digest, base 64 digest. That's what we need to replicate using the built-in crypto module. And I guess it just implements web crypto. So we could just look at the docs here. Get random values, random UUID. Oh, my break timer hasn't even been running all day. Oof. That's unfortunate. Thank you for the stretch, Sonny. Subtle crypto. A number of low-level cryptographic functions. Yeah, and in this scenario, it would be whatever cookie library you use in Express. That's basically what we're trying to replicate. Sign. Digest. And so what we want is HMAC a thing? So we want sign with the algorithm HMAC. Look, check it out. All right, we're gonna do it. We're gonna write it. We're gonna write our own. We'll put a to-do that says like, don't do this. Let's take a look. This is that standard library hash module. Create a hash. We might not need that. I think we could probably just do the use the crypto library. I forgot what he. Oh yeah, we tried using it. It was like, no, you can't HMAC. All right. Utils. New file. We're gonna have ourselves a cookie util. We want to import subtle crypto. From here. Standard subtle crypto. Undefined. Did I spell it right? Crypto, do I just want crypto? I think I wanted subtle crypto because that's the one that had the sign method on it. Digest? Oh no, it just says digest. Crypto, crypto dot subtle, okay. Oh, no need to import. Straight up. We just have access to crypto. Nice! Okay, great. Great. The algorithm is SHA-256. The key is keyboard cat. And then the buffer source, can I just pass a string in, is like... what is the thing that I'm signing? This needs to be a crypto key? And then buffer.from secret. It's not that easy? Okay. I'll have to figure it out from here, but let's see. So crypto key does not... I need this. Key dot algorithm read-only property. I see, and that's what that other library is doing for us. The signed cookie store. import key. Yeah. I mean, this is really it, and then we just have to set up the key. So and they set up the key here. Honestly, I should just use their library. I should just use their library at this point. Why? Where would I specify like my signing key? $128. Sign and verify. Oh, I see. The passphrase key. That's it. The passphrase key is. Oh, that's even more complex. And then what is our salt? Pepper. Buffer.from. Yeah, I'm standing right now. Oh goodness. I don't know how to create a buffer. But I did grab this, which is the passphrase key. JSON web key. Yeah, I'll look back to see if it had, but honestly, realizing that I have to do all this makes me just want to use their library. And then this is where the secret would go. This is keyboard cat. That's what I need. I need a text encoder. Banana. Banana. All right, then we have the key. This one? Or this one? Or this one? But I don't have access to base 64 decoder. Yeah, I don't have access to that. They got that from a totally separate library. Though I could probably, there's probably a built-in one. All right, I'm at the point where I don't want to do this by hand. So I am going to not do this, and we're going to bring in their library. Let's get rid of that. Now, in here is where for now I'll just pull this library in here. I guess the other unfortunate thing is doesn't look like there's really any documentation on how to use this thing. But that's fine. we'll figure it out. We need a cookie. Signed cookie store. I need this. Let's see how they use it. Deno to the moon. Deno on the moon. Wait, was that something specifically? I don't know. We want signed cookie store from here. Oh, that's cool. I didn't even see that when it popped up. And then we want something like this. Is this the only place they're doing .set? It is. Deno. So when Deno first came out, even the creator called it Deno. But then when they came out with the 1.0 release, they clarified that it's like Deno the dinosaur. Deno from the Flintstones. Deno. It's Deno spelled differently. But Deno is a dinosaur. That's the inspiration. Yeah. I called it Deno for the longest time, and then I got used to calling it Deno. Okay, right about here is where we want to do the business. So we need... What is empty store? Oh, we need a request cookie store. Okay, that's fine. Is it on Deno as well? I just didn't like that it's pulling for, like, what is this? guc.cc? So we do this. We call it the request store. And that's going to be a new request cookie store with, I think, somewhere we have access to the context here. Oh no, we have access to the whole entire request. I'm going to pass this in here. And so now we get access to the request, which is of type request. Because then we can create a request cookie store using the request cookies. And I guess the reason we would do this is we want to use all of the cookies from the incoming request and then update them. And what I learned today, Vidith, is that a signed cookie is different from an encrypted cookie. A signed cookie is readable by the client-side code, but it has a signature value on it that can be verified by a backend, whereas an encrypted cookie is not readable by client-side code. Yeah. Oscar's got it. Okay, so we have our request store. Great. We now need a key promise. What's up, Katoli? Welcome in. Which is this. And this is going to be what we're signing our cookies with. In this case, our secret is going to be keyboard cat. Like that. Why am I still streaming? Because. Why did they create a new key promise? Okay, I see. So we got a key promise right there. Boom, 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 boom. Great. We then do cookie store set. And we want it to have ID with a value of ID. Like that. And then now in our request store, oh, I see. Like, the thing is, like, it's not signing the things standalone. It's signing them as part of a request. And then the thing is, I need to take that signed cookie value. Do I have other Can I do like cookie store dot get? Ooh, get. Yeah, give me that ID. Right there. Oh, it's a promise. I see. Okay. It's a promise that could have a cookie list item. Okay. Signed ID dot. Oh, it's the whole thing. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. But we can only set the name and value. How do I set all of those options? Like this? This is it. This is it. Okay, what does it say about secure? Object literal may only specify known properties, and secure does not exist on type. Okay. Max age doesn't exist here either? Huh. Did I squeal? Sorry. Yeah, and Touch JLo is saying, I've tried coding on stream, never goes as smoothly as I'd like. This week got caught on type errors. Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, this entire Deno thing has pretty much just been me learning a lot of TypeScript stuff and figuring TypeScript stuff out. It's part of the process. My team decided to store the auth token in local storage. I think it's a bad idea, because you can't secure it in the same way as a cookie. What do you guys think? Yeah, that's the main argument against not using HTTP-only cookies, is if your website is vulnerable to cross-site scripting, then that cookie can be exposed and stolen by cross-site scripting code. But your site shouldn't be vulnerable to cross-site scripting. Like, but if it was, then that would be an argument against using that. Yeah. I don't know what you mean by that. Okay. Here's the thing. We have the signed cookie. What does this have? It has all the stuff. Okay, so we can actually pass in signed cookie, and then maybe not, because that has extra properties. Oh, God. This is just bad typing, because, like, name isn't undefined. Look, I put it right there. Does this return the cookie? No, it just returns promise void. Oh, user equals Bert? I don't know. Maybe that might be in their test code over here. This is lame. And thank you, Ryan. I like that I'm streaming more often too. So assigned cookie has all of these properties. We're going to do max age. We're going to put this back. So 60 seconds times 60 minutes times, it'll expire in a day. And then we're going to ignore that. Great. What was that other property I removed? Wasn't it like, no, not same site. Doesn't matter. At this point, we should have it. We should have a signed cookie. Was it secure? Okay, yeah. So we'll do secure config dot environment is equal to production. Productions? Production. Great. How do I get out of here? How do I get out of Deno? Close. Okay. All right. I'm going to run format and lint because a lot of stuff is happening. Okay. And then now we'll try setting the cookie again, and this time it should be set. So right now, if we look in our cookies, it's just a plain text value, ID and 2. If we did this properly, we should see ID.signature set to some value. So let's try it. We're going to sign in, authorize, we get redirected back. It didn't break, so that's good. And now if we look at cookies, it's not that. Okay. Can we log this? We might have to manually pick out each value and then pass that as the cookie that we're setting, which isn't nice. But let's see what that looks like. Yeah, the old cookie wasn't cleared, but the old cookie should have been overwritten. Oh! Because I'm not setting the ID. I should actually set it here. Oh no, I don't need that. Right here, we'll set ID to social profile.user ID. ID social profile dot user ID. There should be a user ID property on social profile. This one. Oh, we have to two-string it. Oh, we're only selecting provider ID. We want user ID as well. There we go. See, TypeScript was useful in that case because that would have resulted in an error. So we're pulling both properties. We're setting the ID there. Okay, so this should now set the cookies. And actually, yeah, should be fine. Let's see. Cannot read property of undefined. Two-string on line 27. Does select take multiple columns? I guess it takes an array? Nope. Okay. So, right now I'm logging. What am I? I'm logging the cookie. So I am logging this, the signed cookie. So we're setting it in the cookie store, and then we're trying to get it after setting it. To set just takes in options. But for whatever reason, whenever I log the cookie, it only has all of this stuff. I mean, really, all of that should be here. And then name should be ID. And then value should be the signed cookie dot value, like that. This is what we're trying to do here. We have the cookie store, we set the cookie, and right now this is actually setting the cookie on the request. Do we also need the dot signature? Maybe? So that set it, but we don't have the value. So id.sig is not a thing. Don't tell me I'm going to have to reach into the request headers and grab it from there? This is an array of string. Actually, I guess I have a better idea, because if we just replay the, or not replay, but like resend back the headers in the response here, like, because technically we're doing this. I could do response dot headers dot append set cookie, and this could be if we grab the cookie header. I think. And then we don't need any of this, but we actually would want that to set the other cookie options. But let's just see if this sets the signed cookie. And if this works, I'm done for now, because I gotta go. New. We can see there was no cookie set there. What if I just log all of the headers? None. This is unfortunate. Yeah. Oh, you're totally right. I'm not setting. Oh, yeah. Totally right. This code needs to be set here. Yeah, totally right. That needs to happen first. Okay. One more time. Ah! You can see there are multiple set cookie. So that's actually what we need to replay in the response. Yeah. So right now it's not getting set. It's just set cookie. So is this a security issue if I replay the request headers in the response like this? Because basically this would be every single header that the client sent, and then I'm just sending it right back to them. I guess really I could do like if what was the value? Yeah, if the key is set cookie, then do that. All right, this should do it. This is the winner. Here we go. We'll go ahead and delete this so there's nothing. But now when we log in, I didn't leak anything. I guess maybe I did. I leaked. Well, it was signed with the signature keyboard cat. Boom! Boom, look at that. So now we've got the ID cookie set and the signature cookie set. Yeah. The issue now, though, is it doesn't have all of our other options. First try. It doesn't have all of these options, which we want. And then it's not supporting secure or max age, which is unfortunate. I think that's just a limitation of the library. But like this should have this has a path. Want it to slash. It has HTTP only. We want that to true. It has same site. We want that to strict. But for whatever reason, we can't set secure and max age. What if we did that anyways? What if we just did that and then we TypeScript ignored it? Because ideally it's just setting it on the object internally that it's setting. Set it in the for each. It's tricky because it's this. It's not as straightforward as just setting it because it's a specific cookie thing. Oh, is max age allowed though? No, it's not. Okay. Let's see if this breaks anything. But ideally, we'll remove these cookies and then try again. But all of those other settings should be set now. Yeah. So we've got path. We've got HTTP only. And we've got same site strict. Do we have max age session? But let me show you what I mean, because if we log these headers, now that we have all these extra properties, it's a lot more than just key and value. Yeah, it's browser session. I want it to be, right now I'm setting it to 24 hours. I at least want that to be reflected. Let's see though. Yeah. Basically, we could append semicolon max age equals, but that's why it gets tricky, because basically it's in the cookie format. Are you muting me or are you muting yourself? Okay. That's great. All right, I'm done. I'm done for today anyways. I'm going to add some to-dos right here, like to do, get these values to actually set. And then we'll have another to-do, which is to parse the incoming cookie. So now we're setting the cookie, which is great. But on every request to our backend, we now need to verify this cookie. We need to look at the signature, verify that the signature was created using our super secret key, keyboard cat. And if it was, we can trust the cookie and then like do a DB lookup with that user ID. Yeah. Migrate to Node. No, this is fun. It's fun to explore the ecosystem, and it's fun. It's fun. I'll say it's fun. Yeah, we did some intense coding today. I'm just going to have the to-do right here because I don't know where else to put it. Cookie parsing middleware. Cool. Did I really change 10 files? Yeah. Yeah, okay. I guess before I really call it, let me make sure that I'm using a thing from my import map. Yeah. Because right now, yeah, I just pulled these here. We've got request cookie store, and we want signed cookie store. You're right. It's not being used anymore. But maybe we do want to use it, because then we could actually specify these other properties. Because what we could do is like do the signing and then extract out the values and then just use those values to do the set cookie with all the right properties that we want. So this is really cumbersome. I think it's just the way this API has been written, because this API is actually adhering to like a browser specification. So that's why it's weird, I think. Cool. Let's make sure I'm not doing any other weird import. So we do have those imports in the map. We've got that. This needs to be put into our import map. Like that. Cool. Did I break anything? Cool. Glad to hear it, Murdoch. You got a new machine? Glad to hear it. All right. One last little to do is we maybe use set cookie. to do. Maybe? Maybe? With set cookie. Okay. That's it. That's all. Let me look at my to-do. We'll at least update it because we're setting a cookie right now. We're issuing a cookie. We're signing that cookie. Next time we'll use that cookie to figure out a session. Cool. Cool. Initial cookie set. Cool. Yeah, so I think that's what we're gonna do next time. It's like I said, there's just so much we have to do. But if you look at our to-dos, we have a ton of them. Those are to-dos. There's to-dos in here, to-dos in there, to-dos in there. So I think next stream, which is gonna be next Friday, and let me update the README for what we're gonna do next time. Next time, to-dos. Basically, we will make sure that we've done most of the to-dos. And this is planned for August the 26th. It depends, Katoli. I thought about doing it today, but then I just slept for longer. So, we'll see. Oh, I'm leaving now, Crash Course. I'm on the way out. Let me copy our to-dos because we'll just only add the things. But in terms of our goals, we did get these two done. We did not get that done. These are all things that need to be done, but at the top of the list is finish/clean up to-dos. That's what we're going to do next. All the to-dos all over the code base, we're going to go by them one by one and fix them as we can, or triage them and say we're not going to fix them whenever we work on this. What did I just do? This. Day 6. Cool. I haven't updated the schedule yet. I'm going to do that this weekend. Just keep an eye on it on Sunday, because I'll have the schedule set. I'm either going to be streaming on Monday or Tuesday, and then again on Friday. But this week it's probably going to be a work on stream stuff stream. So I'll be working on my overlays, and maybe we'll work on the upgraded Vox, and maybe we'll work on the upgraded drop game. But that's the plan for early next week. But I'll update it later on. I'll update the schedule later on. Okay, that's it. That's all. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. It always turns into a whole lot more than I'm not very good at estimating, and I don't think anybody is that great at estimating. But basically, we got a landing page. We got deployed. We got some stuff done today. We definitely did. We have a deployed database. We have a deployed website. Yeah. And I'll hold on to these pictures. Cool. And also we used Deno deploy and Railway. That was super fun. And we learned a little bit of Tailwind. So. And we designed the UI, and we got a map working. So in 7 hours, we got quite a bit working. It's just, there was a lot of time where things weren't working. Yeah, it's a 7-hour stream. We got an image on the landing page. Awesome. All right, we're going to go on a raid. Though that's your raid message if you are a sub. If you are not a sub, you can use this one. Yeah, you're welcome, Carnatic. Thanks for dropping in. Use that raid message if you're not. This was fun. Cheers, everyone. See you later, Electrothermal. I don't think I even saw you in the chat earlier. Maybe I did, but thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Cheers, everyone. I don't know who we're going to raid, but whoever we raid, show them lots of love. Drop a follow if you like what they're doing. And I'll see you next week. Like I said, if you want to see me working on this same code base, it'll be next Friday. Any stream earlier in the week, we're going to be working on other stuff. So yeah, cheers, everyone. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.